morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome along to Online Darts, and it is day 3 of stage 2 of Q-School. It's all getting a little bit nervy now, isn't it? I'm Phil Bars. Welcome along, just as if by magic. Let me do some jiggery pokery. And welcome along, Mr. Dan Simpson.
Afternoon. You all right?
How are
Sorry,
we?
I'm a minute or two late. I was all right. I was just making a corned beef toasty. Sorry, I'm not quite up to speed with things yet today. Yeah, very well, mate. Very well. It's nice to get. If I feel like we're motoring through, aren't we, into the really critical, important end of Q-School. There's some people. Yes, there's another chance tomorrow, but this is the point. If after today, you need to do a Danny Baggish, don't you? Yeah, if you don't get it done today, then so much pressure is on. And I've just been spending some time while I was waiting for my corned beef toasty to cook. The draw for some players today is absolutely brutal. There's some people that have had a rough couple of days. I'm thinking of people like Big John Henderson. There's a few others in there as well that must just have been hoping for just a chance. Just a bit of an opportunity to build up something. And the draw has come out, and good Lord.
Who's Hendo got?
Let me flip back to it. Was it Dom? Let me have a quick look. I remember it was brutal. Let me have a look. Where is he? He was further. He was quite far down the list. Must be further up than that. If I could get this computer working where I could search things. Don Taylor, brutal.
Oh, that's carnage.
And then even just like board number 1. So just to get through the first couple of rounds coming through the board, Scott Waits on a bye. Cam Crabtree, Kai Fan Lung, Keelan Kay, Greg Ritchie, Danny Lowby, Christopher. All that's one board.
That's
absolutely
savage.
Brutal.
Good morning, chat room as well. In nice and early. How we doing? James Emma is in. Declan's. Bro Boy is in. Mark, how we doing? Of course, AVM is in. Roger, how we all doing? Stephen, Dan, Jim, Charlie, Mark, Max. It's full the chat room already. Harry is in as well. Harry, we use Dart Connect, tv.dartconnect.com. And if you haven't yet, make sure you drop us a like and subscribe. Getting that in early for you. I'm just having a look. From the UK, still only Andy Hamilton not playing, but he will be back tomorrow. He said on his social media, he said, look, some people have been criticising me, but I earned the right to give it a go. I fully accept I'm just got one chance at it, but I earned that right. So I like that from Andy. But
well, it's honest at least, isn't it? That's all anybody wants, really.
From the EU, there's a lot of buys today. So not playing. Dragutin Horvath. Morena McCall's not playing again. Gob's going to be gutted. Oliver Muller, brackets Frankfurt, not playing.
My word.
Jorgen, yeah, he's not playing. I'm not going to butcher that name. Nico Kurt's not playing. Ryan de Vrienden not playing. There's a lot of buys. A lot in the EU have sacked it off. And just on our feature game, this is the Andy Bartons we've been waiting to see. Is the beast springing into life?
It's going to have to come sooner or later. I think he was most people's pick. Maybe not top of the list, but you know, with the amount of cards that are on offer, I think most people expected him to do a bit. And he's underwhelmed so far, hasn't he? Really underwhelming start to things. But averaging 95, 4-0 up on Jeffrey de Graaf. this could be exactly the moment that Andy Bartons chooses to start moving through the field. There's another couple of highlights, I suppose, in the games that are ongoing in Europe. Jules Van Dongen off to a quick start today, 3-0 up early doors on Steven Noster, and Thibaut Tricol 3-1 ahead of Jamal van den Henrik. So the Frenchman off to a flyer. Damien Moll 3-1 ahead of Marcel Guga. They're really the games where people have already started to pull away from their opponent. Everything else just in the early stages at the moment.
Yeah, but welcome along, everyone. Morning, Andrew says, good morning, well done to Yella yesterday. Yeah, absolutely. Connor, definitely not Bahrain. It's PDC Q-School this week as well. Start the Asian tour. It is busy. We will try and keep an eye on as much as we physically can. But Andy Bartons is now 5-0 up, averaging 99. The beast has arrived.
Oh, there's a match just warming up in Britain that would look perfectly it'd look a perfectly attractive match on the World Seniors Tour. John Part against Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, Jared Cole, Shane McGurk. That's brutal as well.
There's some horrendous draws on that. There really is today in the UK. Not just the opening matches. It's easy to look at the opening matches and see some naughty stuff. And when you look at the brackets, like just to get to the top 32, some of them are going to have to really come through a brutal draws. But what that also does, because we've got little clusters of players, board 1, board 16's naughty, I think, as well. The opportunity, there are some other boards that are a bit open. There are some people that you might not have thought, would maybe be a favourite to get to that last 32 that all of a sudden are emerging, and we're starting to see patterns in the order of merit, of players. It's probably a good one to look at over in Europe, where we've seen a couple of days where people have had the opportunity to run deep and make a semi-final, make a quarter-final, and stack some big points on the board. But they're just starting to line up outside, beyond that green and yellow section. Like Sir Darius Labanauskas, Radek Sedansky, 16th and 17th at the minute in Europe, who have picked up points over a couple of days. And that this is the stage, I think, where we start to see the level of people, where, yes, they'll have an unlucky one, they'll meet someone in a big match, but they'll just have enough to keep picking points up along the way. And if you can pick points up across 3 days, give yourself a really, really good chance.
That's how board 16 is interesting as well. Looking at it, you've got Gary Brown takes on Andy Bolton first, Scott Campbell, John O'Shea, James Hurrell, Derek McLean, and then Justin Hood, Fallon Sherrock. That's an interesting little board because there are a few players there that are in contention.
There certainly is. And once whoever comes through that board 1's the same. Board 1 and board 16 are horrendous today. But you could very much see whoever comes through board 1 or board 16 meeting each other in the final. Because to have come through that, you're going to have done most of your hard work for the day. And you're going to have had to play some very, very good darts and play in good form. We've got our first couple of results of the day. In Europe, we've had a bagel serve. We're having bagels for breakfast in Europe, and we've kicked off with a 6-0 Andy Bartons win over Jeffrey de Graaf. Jeffrey de Graaf only managing to find an average of 72. Not a lot coming back, but Andy Bartons, really good performance. Damien Moll, 6-1 victor. And Jules Van Dongen is running very, very close. He's 5-0 ahead now. Steven Noster. It looks like we're going to get a couple of early bagels served to us in Europe. We're underway now as well. Underway in the UK. All the games are on. 16 active games. Here we go.
Yeah, and just to confirm, no, excuse me, my voice hasn't warmed up yet. No one has turned dark green as of yet. So at the moment, the top places in the UK on the order of merit are as follows: Willie Borland, Matt Dennant, James Hurrell, Dom Taylor, Danny Lowby, George Killington, Justin Hood, Andy Bolton, Connor Scott, Scott Taylor. And in Europe, Benjamin Drew Roos, Jules Van Dongen, Mario Van den Bohada, Chris Landman, Hopo Puhau, Lucas Vennick, Wesley Placia, Patrick Greets, Christian Kist, Rusty Jake Rodriguez, Stefan Schroeder, Patrick Tringer, and Thomas Huvak. That is the top at the moment, but a lot can change.
So we've got our first couple of breaks to throw early doors in Great Britain. So a couple of early leaders. Leighton Bennett, who's looked really good this week, has took a 2-0 lead on Kamal Janowicz. And Ted Everts has gone 2-0 ahead of Willie Borland. Willie Borland has been absolutely superb this week. You've got to expect we will very soon see him go dark green. I think it would take a miracle of unexpected things to happen in order for him to not secure a tour card. But Ted Everts 2-0 up on the order of merit leader as it stands right now.
Oh my word. Yeah. Who was it that said? Casper in the chat room, absolutely correct, said board 10 in Europe is a nightmare. Damien Mole has won. He is through. But then you've got Stefan Belmont against Lucas Vennick, Chris Landman against Wesley Placia, Bradley Roos against Brian Roman. Ouch.
That is brutal.
Brutal. Yeah.
Thibaut Tricol, Victor, I know we've got quite a lot in the chat room. Keep an eye on the Frenchman. Hotly tipped by many to pick up a tour card. Thibaut Tricol, a 6-2 winner. Already picked up 1 point this week, Thibaut Tricol. So he's not a mile away. He is within shooting distance. He's on a +7 leg difference. So, of those who've picked up a point, he's pretty much sitting at the top of that pile at the moment. If he picks up another point, he'll find himself within the top 20 and fairly close to the top. Those all important yellow and green spots.
Morning, Richard. Hope you are good, mate. Adrian Gray levels up with Noel Cullerton, Jared Cole back in front against Shane McGurk. Scott Mitchell averaging a ton, 2-0 up on JP.
Stephen Noster just making a little bit of a fight. This Jules Van Dongen was 5-0 up and looked like the toaster was on, the butter was out, he was ready to serve the bagel. Stephen Noster's just fired off 2 on the spin. Cheeky little break. He's got that game. He's still 5-2 to Van Dongen, but just started to make it a little bit more interesting there, Stephen Noster.
Yeah. John Michael 4-1 up.
Ted Everts 3-0 now on Willie Borland, and the order of merit leader could be going out first today as Leighton Bennett gets his average up to 102 as he takes a 3-0 lead. And Leighton Bennett, another very dangerous player, sat poised just outside at the minute. He's sat in a number 14th position. He's very well placed going into the final couple of days.
No, Mario, no cameras there, mate.
No, just us, I'm afraid. Scott Mitchell takes an early break. 2-0 up on John Part. Scott Mitchell hasn't had the best start to Q-School. He's a man that's going to have a big, deep run sooner or later if he's going to go through. George Killington takes a 3-0 lead on Harry Lane. Harry Lane's managing to average 102 and find himself 3-0 down, that is unfortunate.
Yeah. I tell you, it's interesting. There seems to be a lot of yo-yo players at the moment, and what I say, they win their card, lose it with a bit of a whimper, but get it back at the first opportunity. That seems to be happening quite a lot.
There's a few Patrick Bamfords, isn't there?
Yeah.
Too good for the Championship, not good enough for the Prem. That is, it's the. There are definitely a few darting Patrick Bamfords on the scene at the moment. As Ted Everts, motors ahead, 4-0 ahead now of the Order of Merit leader Willie Borland. And we've got a few now in the UK just starting to pull away as Scott Mitchell goes 3-0 ahead of John Part. Mike Warburton 4-1 up on Joe Croft. And Scott Taylor 3-1 ahead of Chris Hartree. Another result in Europe was Kevin Trockman, the 6-2 winner of Jarno Bottenberg, now on board 14. Bit of an underwhelming match, nothing too exciting going on. Jules van Dongen gets the job done. He lost another leg before he got that job done. 6-3 winner. He had an opportunity there at 5-0 to really kick that leg difference on Jules van Dongen, because we're coming to the important end of proceedings. And yes, Jules van Dongen is on 6 points. He's probably safe. Must be. Well, he should be, shouldn't he? 6 points in Europe.
Yeah, Jules is. I fully expect Jules to go dark green today if he doesn't win one outright. I'll have a look for you. What draws? So Ben Robb is one that he has a buy on board 13. Who else is on 13 with him? So he will face the winner of Paul Selecki and Max Hopp. But again, he's got a tough-looking board. He's got a board with Sebastian Białecki and Gino Voss on. So not easy for Big Rig.
Sebastian Białecki has got to be probably at the minute, and I appreciate there's still 2 days of play left, but one of the disappointments of Q-School so far. I think people thought he was going to come out absolutely flying and boss big sections of these tournaments and run really deep. We've not quite seen him put it together yet, have we?
No, and Hopo Puhau is in action as we speak, or is he warming up? One page told me.
Not yet.
No. But he's not. Hopo Puhau's not bad.
I'll tell you what, we are very, very close to seeing the Order of Merit leader in the UK out for the day. Ted Everts is now 5-0 ahead. Willie Borland needs 114 to get a leg on the board. But he can't do it. Ted Everts has come back. Granted, it's a bit of a long shot with 152, but he needs 152 for a 6-0 bagel of the leader of the Order of Merit.
Yeah, Jared Cole has one back against Shane McGurk, but still in trouble. Andy Bolton to a piece. Conor, Bahrain, too expensive. You need a visa to go in there, so that needed to be done by the second week in December. It's just not worth it. For one tournament, it's just not worth it.
Willie Borland manages to get a leg on the board, but it was just a hold of throat, and Ted Everts now throwing for the match, 5-1 ahead, looking incredibly comfortable. Still haven't got our first result in yet in the UK. George Killington's 5-0 up. Scott Mitchell 4-0 up on John Park now, absolutely motoring ahead.
No, Mario, we're not on delay, mate.
We've got a break there for Jim McEwen. Jim McEwen goes 3-1 ahead of Robbie Martin. So some good things from Jim early in the week. Let's see if he can regain some of that form that got him through to this stage of Q-School. Scott Mitchell. This could be the day for Scott Mitchell, 5-0 up, averaging 100. As Leighton Bennett becomes the first man through the round of 128 today in the UK on board 8. Leighton Bennett, 6-1 victor.
Tam, possibly, yes. Mate, I haven't sorted it yet, but we may do Holland. The problem is, it's a long way to go for effectively 1 day of content, because when they have to play multiple games on a day, so we'll get to interview the winners on one day, on the Friday, but on the Saturday, we only get to speak to the winner. So it's a long way to go for just effectively 1 day.
The brutal truth of it as well is because the lineup is very, very similar to other events that are happening. Like,
correct.
You're then having to do, you've basically got the same lineup as the Premier League. So, and we're going to see loads of that for weeks anyway. So you're not getting a huge variety and difference in what you're getting from the Maya.
No, Shane McGurk has beat Jared Cole 6-3. How are we doing, Stuart? I hope you are good, mate. Carlos says, sorry to be a bit late, but who are the 7 in the Euros that didn't start today? Because there's already been games and people are out, I can't give you the exact 7, but it was none of the big.
Yeah, I've lost track of them now.
Yeah, because Dark Connect updates as soon as players are out.
Marino Michaels was one of them. Dragutin Horvath was one of them.
Barrow Boy, thank you very much, mate. There we go.
Oh, there we go. Mint.
Mitchell demolishes part.
And the big thing there is it's not the headline uses 101 average as well. He's not just had a bad game for John Part and he's got through it. Mitchell is throwing great darts today. Let's see if it carries on and he can keep it going through. Somehow Ted Everts hasn't got the job done yet against Willie Borland. Ted Everts was on the cusp. He's just missed some more match starts. He's going to get additional ones. Willie Borland back on 184. Gets himself down to 102, but Ted Everts is coming back for double 5, having missed multiple match starts. And he gets the job done in the end. First start into double 5. And Ted Everts, 6-2 winner over Willie Borland. And the Order of Merit, the UK Order of Merit leader is gone for the day.
Yeah. I thought this game would have been seen plenty in the BDO, no doubt. The question in the chat room, Richie Burnett has Ross Montgomery.
Yeah, that's not a first time meeting, that is it? By any stretch of the imagination. Right. Kieran Bridgewater just getting through there, 6-3 over Darren Armstrong.
How are we doing, Sir Rex? John might be on a bit later on this afternoon.
He's probably still recovering from seeing Evita last night.
Yeah.
Tearjerker, that one.
I didn't watch the football last night, but I saw on social everyone kicking off. Did VAR have another horror one last night?
So I didn't either. So I'm having to build up a little bit of credit, you see, at the minute, because like Anna's got the 3 kids while I'm on the stream this afternoon, and then it's Newcastle against City, and then the boxing's on tonight. So last night I thought a bridge too far, I might be sticking the football on and watching that for a Friday night. So I didn't see any of it at all. I've not had a chance to really catch up, but it's certainly, let's be honest, it's barely news now, isn't it? If VAR has a stink and makes a catastrophic error, like it's not particularly newsworthy, is it really?
No. Cam Crabtree 4-2 up on Kaifang Lung. Yeah, Burnley game was a shock. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet.
The only bit of refereeing I'm looking forward to seeing this week is Mark Clattenburg.
On Gladiators.
Absolutely.
Mike Warburton does get the job done. Should have been a Matty Dennett against Pierre Jakes.
Oh yeah, right. I mean, it's not a nice game for either of them, but nice game for us to keep an eye on. As this has become a bit of a back and forth. Jim McEwen and Robbie Martin. He broke early and was looking fairly comfortable, but Robbie Martin just played his way back into this one. Jim's still a break up, but 100 points behind on throw here. Bit of an opportunity.
All Welsh tie warming up. Lee Williams against Justin Smith.
Mario Vandenbohara, what a week he's had. He's averaging 104. He took an early break. He's 2-0 up, but he's had a superb week. And you've got to feel, is only a point or so away. It'd be highly unlikely he wouldn't make it from this point, I think.
It's weird though, isn't it? Because he did this 2 years ago at Q-School. Mario Vandenbohara was superb. And then just did nothing on tour.
The tour is very hard. Yeah. It's a very difficult place, isn't it, to exist and play your darts?
Yeah.
And Patrick Bamford. He might be another Patrick Bamford.
Yeah. Kai Fan Young is playing at the moment. Gavin. Max Hopp on the verge of elimination. See, he played really well in stage 1, but it's not correlated into stage 2. Darren Beveridge is through. That was 6-4 winner for him. Aidan Kirk just getting away against Josh Richardson.
Well, I'll tell you what, we are close enough to having a Hungarian representative in round 2 today in Europe. It's Paul Zekli, 5-4 ahead of Max Hopp. Opens with a 97. Max Hopp's going to have to pull something out the bag here, or he's gone.
Morning, Joe. Hope you are good. Good, Davey. Phil Merrill's unlucky. And yeah, there's unlucky, but he still didn't do anything for me over the 2 years. I never thought once, oh, he's playing well, or he could go and do this. Do you know what I mean?
There's lots of them you see him have a good day on tour. One good day at work in 2 years isn't really cutting it, is it?
Yeah, it's one of those ones where I just go, I just did. I just, after the way he played at Q-School, I was expecting more.
Robbie Martin, 2 treble-less visits. He's on throw here, trying to force a noble leg with Jim McEwen, but his first 2 visits to the hockey, 59 and 58, and he could just be losing his scoring at the wrong time as Jim McEwen poised here. Big 140 from Jim McEwen, pinches the darts in this one. Big Hendo's got Dom Taylor. Horrible match. Awful. Dom's ranked 4th in the order of merit at the minute. Knows that he's closing in. Jim McEwen needs 128 for the match. What have you got, Jim? Oh, he leaves top. So Robbie Martin, this 88 has to go to force a noble leg, or Jim McEwen's going to come back with 3 darts at double top. And Robbie Martin, oh, he looks like he's missed the ball. Leaves 25, 3 match darts. Jim McEwen, 40 to score. He takes them out first dart. Jim McEwen, 6-4 victory in the first round. As that happens, Andy Bolton, good 30 seconds for Scotland, as Andy Bolton is a 6-3 winner over Gary Brown as well. I had an extra window open there, and it's because I've had the Asian Tour scores on as well.
Nice.
A semi-final for Paul Lim. Good day's work, that. We do have a Hungarian in round 2 in Europe today. What else is going on? Marco Cantale, early break, 2-0 up. Vandenberg just letting Ramdajar back in this. 3-2 now, the Belgian leads.
Yeah, also, Kai Van Lung has beaten Cam Crabtree 6-4. That's a disappointment for Crabtree. He was just outside on 3 points. He's going to need a big day tomorrow.
He is, because he will be passed today, without a doubt. He's currently in number 15th spot on 3 points. He will, without a doubt, slip down there today, likely outside the top 20. He is going to need a big day tomorrow now, Cam Crabtree. He's up against it a bit.
Joe Mernon 2-0 up on Ryan Finesse. Peter Jakes levels it up.
Richie Burnett takes the opening leg against Ross Montgomery. That is worth noting that it's a break of throw. So Richie Burnett breaks a Ross Montgomery throw in the opening leg. Come out fast as Justin Smith goes 3-0 up in the all-Welsh class with Lee Williams. Justin Smith averaging 106 there. Some amazing darts getting played.
Richie Burnett is in front. This is the Justin Smith I keep telling everyone is there. Look, again, I've said it about many players, so I'm not going to hide it. The range is too big for Justin Smith, but the top end is incredible. If he can sort the range and performances out, he would be a danger.
His A game's fantastic, isn't it? He needs his B game to catch it up a bit.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one on board 11. Dan Reed and Louis Williams. Reed Griffin goes 2-0 up on Thomas Banks. Over in the EU. Michel Toretta levels up with Danny Jansen. That's an interesting game on board 3 over in Europe. Mario Vanden Bohara re-establishes that break of throw 4-2 up, and Stefan Belmont is within 1. 5-2 up now on Lucas Venig. There's another break. Gabriel Rollo. I know there's a lot of interest in the chat room for the Italians. Gabriel Rollo 2-0 up, takes an early break on Derek Kalnekas. Nathan Gervin 2-0 up, early break on Peter Bourgoin. Nathan Gervin's been unlucky this week, hasn't he?
Yeah.
It's not quite come together this week for the lad, and I think he's had a mixed bag of draws as well. Justin Smith now 4-0 up on Lee Williams. Got Campbell and John O'Shea underway as well, and that horrible board 16.
Also, as well, where was it?
Ooh. Michel Toretta 2-1 up now on Danny Jansen. Nico, you can have some Cromwell facts when he's playing. He's not playing, is he? Is he on now? We're gutted if he's on and I've missed him.
The EU Order of Merit leader, Benjamin Drew Roos, is in a spot of bother. Look, he's probably got enough points, but he is up against it.
Nathan Gervin now 3-0 up, and we're seeing a performance so far. It's been a bit absent this week. This is really good from Nathan, averaging 92 at the moment. Ross Montgomery breaks, Richie Burnett back 1-1 in that one, both breaks of throw. Kevin Thomas 3-1 up on Conan Whitehead. What's going on? Toretta 160 out. Did he really get in? What a guy. 3-1 up now. Michel Toretta, that 160 out, as Gabriel Rollo is 3-1 up as well. Both of the Italians 3-1 up at the moment in Europe. The Italians coming?
Viva Italia.
It could be happening.
That's how another big name is entered it. We spoke about Andy Bartons from the EU. The same in the UK. Daryl Pilgrim is 1-1. And again, he's flattered to deceive.
Yeah, we expect a bit more, don't we? But you also know he's got it in him. And it would be perfectly reasonable for him to sling 3, 4, 5 games together today where he averages really well. Gives himself a really good chance. Peter Jake's just maintaining that breaker throw in the feature game 4-2 up on Matty Dennant. Matty Dennant, another player like Willie Borland, who is pretty much there. 6 points plus 30 leg difference. You would expect that to see you through. But at the moment, it's looking very much like positions number 1 and 2 in the UK could be out in the first round.
Yeah.
Marco Cantele, 4-1 up his game on board 6 in Europe. Daniel Asprey as well. There's a few names just coming up this morning that we've not seen much from in the last few days. And we know this does happen. Or, we get 3 days into Q-School and all of a sudden people who've been pezzling the 26 for 2 days, all of a sudden it starts to click a bit for some players. And we've seen a little bit of that today, even at this early stage, as Kevin Thomas goes 5-1 up on Conan Whitehead. Rhys Griffin 5-0 up on Thomas Banks. Pilgrim gets that lead 2-1 up on Ryan O'Connor. He is there.
Pilgrim versus McEwen. Pilgrim would have McEwen next. Where have we seen that before? May have seen it once or twice at the Super Series.
Yes.
Realistically, Phil, how many of the people do you think that get tour cards will go on and do genuine damage? I'll answer that question once I see the 31. But honestly, not many. I think there's some good players there, but whether they can break that top echelon, I'm unsure.
Yeah, it depends what you mean by do damage. If you mean go on to win a TV major, maybe, I don't know, potentially none. One or two maybe have the potential. You've got to remember as well, at Q-School, you've got such a range in where people are at in their career. Like there are some, let's be brutally honest, where it's like last chance saloon. This is their last go at, getting a tour card and having a last couple of years playing the big names before they, settle into whatever darts is going to look like for them for their sort of semi-retirement. But then you've also got people completely other end of the scale, where we've got teenagers at Q-School, and it might happen this year, it might happen next year, it might be they get a card, do nothing for a couple of years, come back in 3-4 years time, and they're a different player. So it's really difficult to sort of just pick, who's going to do something quickly. I don't think there's a great deal in this year's Q-School where we think everyone's going to be frightened of them coming through and winning stuff this year, next year. But there's certainly plenty of players with something to build on, without a doubt.
John, good stuff, mate. You'll love it. Darren Pilgrim has broken.
Oh, that's a naughty game, isn't it? The board 3 just warming up. Connor Scott and Mark Dudbridge.
Yeah.
Didn't fancy that one. At all. Connor Scott's played his way into a position in a green spot at the minute, but he's in 9th. He's hovering right down the bottom of that green spot. And if he goes out early today, very, very easy to see him being passed. Scott Campbell finds a max against John O'Shea. John O'Shea was looking very much the favourite to tie this game up and get a Desmond. Well, that big max from Scott Campbell puts a bit of pressure on the Joker. Joker gets himself down to 28. Campbell, 99 required for a 2-1 win. Lucas Venig out to Stefan Belmont, and that does mean that Lucas Venig he's on 4 points. He's in the green.
Not enough.
Oh no, he's going to need a deep run tomorrow.
John O'Shea levels up 2 apiece. Matty Dennant is in front.
Oh, John opens with a 180 as well. Lovely start.
Yeah. John, there's not a lot of parking, I'll be honest. Right, so as you come off of the M275, come down to the roundabout, there's a travel lodge on your right-hand side. Park in the travel lodge. That's where we all park when we work. The cameras don't work, so you're fine. We've done it for months, and it's about a 3 or 4 minute walk from the travel lodge. Giving away trade secrets, isn't I?
What you're giving away is that you're a man that passed his driving test before sat-navs were about. You ask anyone that passed their driving test in the last 15 years and they don't know the name of any roads. They'd never go, oh, you go on the A343 and then you come off onto the M624. Like,
thank you very much.
Anyone that passed their driving test in the last 15 years isn't able to do that at all. They just follow where the sat-nav sends them to.
Oh no, I'm road names all day.
Actually knowing routes in Great Britain very much gives your age away. 1-2-1 after 9 for the Joker, John O'Shea. Oh, I think he's missed a dart. 30 left. Scott Campbell back on 161. We'd like to keep an eye on the Joker. Friend of the show is John O'Shea. Nathan Gervin just being pegged back a bit by Peter Bourgoin. That's through the Scotsman is still leading, but it's not as comfortable as it was. 4-3 now. Nathan Gervin leads Peter Bourgoin. That match between Richie Burnett and Ross Montgomery remains on the wire. That is a 3-all tie as we speak. And in the feature game on your screens, you will see that we've got a noble leg in the game between Peter Jakes and Matty Dennant. We knew that was going to be a tough one for both players, and it's certainly turning out to be so.
Yeah, also, Danny Jansen is back in front against Mikel Toretta. Also, Sebastian Białecki is having an absolute mare, only averaging 66, 3-0 down. His opponent's only averaging 67.
Tell you what, the Italians have made huge hard work of this from being comfortably in front. Gabriel Rollo is now 5-4 behind for Dirk Telnekas. And Michel Toretta is 5-4 behind Danny Jansen. They were both 3-1 ahead at the same time. They are now both 5-4 behind. And the Italians are on the cusp of both going out here within a minute or so.
Cheers, Jamie. Thank you for that. Sebastian Białecki is on the verge of going 4-0 down here.
Cheeky little 12 data from Rusty Jake to open the day. In his opening leg. Nathan Gervin re-establishes that break of throw to go within 1. 5-3 ahead, the Scotsman is, as Matty Dennant takes that double 16 out. I say double 16. He got rid of 32 in 3 darts, so I'm not sure how he's done it, but 6-5 winner Matty Dennant is, and that is the man in number 2 spot. No points, don't forget, folks, for the first round, the round of 128, but Matty Dennant with an opportunity to concrete now his tour card, and he's a man who will more than likely be going to dark green today. Darryl Pilgrim 5-2 ahead now within 1 as Ross Montgomery gets that match back on throw. He's now 4-3 ahead of Richie Burnett.
Also as well, the dynamics now change, because if you're one of these players on 3-4 points or whatever, then you want one of the ones above to win outright.
Definitely.
And as
because you're protecting
magic,
that bottom end.
How we doing, Liam?
It's good to see you, lads. How are we?
Hey, mate.
All good, mate. All good. Sorry about that. I was busy beavering away.
Do you know what it is? I always forget when I come in the lobby here. I think that I'm straight in, so I'm looking at the screen. I'm going, yeah. I'm looking through the fixtures. I'm speaking to you, and I'm going, well, hold on now a second. I'm not actually in yet. So I actually was in my own mind. I wasn't waiting that long, so I've only been there 1 or 2 minutes.
John O'Shea levels it up and breaks back. This game's to in and throwing. But going back to the point, I'm sure you agree, Liam, that now, if you're on that order of merit, you want the boys in 1 and 2 to win outright. So it eliminates them from the race.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same as like you look at the when the MODUS Super Series lads are playing. If you're one of them lads that's hanging down, say in a yesterday evening session, I was looking at it when Adams was playing. You want the lads at the top to run away with it, so it eliminates one, and they're taking points off of the lads who are at the lower end. So it gives you more of a chance if you're kind of lingering midway on that order of merit to qualify.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you one thing. I've just seen it, and someone who's actually played well in my eyes for the last couple of days. Mark Durbridge has had some terrible draws in the last couple of days, and he's playing well.
Yeah, 2-0 up. He's got an early break on Connor Scott. Another player who plays really well. I picked that one 10 minutes or so as a bit of a brutal opening game for both players, but Durbridge definitely seems to be getting the better of that encounter in the early stages at the minute. Got a real couple of sort of slugfests at the minute as Ross Montgomery and Richie Burnett exchange another break and then level up on their own throw. So that one's got to 4-all now. Another game that's swinging around. John O'Shea and Scott Campbell. I think, has John just missed the ball? I think he might have done. Scott Campbell needs 77 to break again. These two keep breaking each other. If Campbell can't find 77, the Joker comes back for double 11 and will keep the match on throw if he can find it. But a few of these games just starting to become very tight and swinging from side to side. We've got a noble leg between Keelan Kay and Greg Ritchie.
Yeah, Richie Burnett struggling a little bit in the game with Ross Montgomery at the moment. Montgomery looks good to go within a leg of the match. 2 players who fell off the tour and are looking to get straight back on it.
So in fact, Darren Pilgrim is a 6-3 winner. Big result for Mr. P. But over in the EU, Italian heartbreak because Danny Jansen takes that decider. And normally Sebastian Białecki, his doubling is the key part of his game, and he is having a mare on the outer ring.
Yeah, and he's running out of opportunities, isn't he? At 4-1, he's going to have to start rattling off legs. And again, and if that doesn't happen today, he's another one that he's going to have to pull off an absolute miracle because he's currently only on 1 point. So he's going to have to do a Danny Baggish tomorrow. If he doesn't get a couple of wins together today, he's built up absolutely nothing. Scott Campbell on throw has just thrown 11. John O'Shea responds with a 1-3-4, and that slip from Campbell could have just handed control over to John O'Shea here. Really big opportunity now for the Joker to kick on and pick up a break of throw as Ross Montgomery goes within 1.
Keelan Kay has got the job done against Greg Ritchie in a last leg decider as well, 6-5 in that one.
Mikael Unterbuchner has taken the opener against Andy Bartons. That's the last 64 game in Kalkar. Also, there's some big names now warming up in the UK. John Henderson, Dom Taylor. That will be our feature game once the Joker concludes against Scott Campbell. Danny Lauby also underway, or getting underway.
Connor Scott, we were just talking about how well Matt Durbridge had done getting that early break and coming out fast. Connor Scott's turn now to pull off 2 legs on the spin has levelled that game up. We've got a Desmond there between Connor Scott and Matt Durbridge.
Ross Montgomery has stolen the starts against Richie Burnett in this 10th leg. He's looking good to progress to the next round. Richie Burnett really struggling this last couple of legs and hasn't left to finish. So Montgomery from 201 has 6 starts to finish it off.
That's a big breaker throw from John O'Shea. He's got away with a couple of things in this match, but he's now finding himself a break up, throwing for the match and opening with a ton there. It's a good position for the Joker's Beers. Matt Durbridge takes out 96, scores in that leg. He had a max and a 140, got to the finish really quickly. Really lovely leg there from Matt Durbridge. That game's still on throw. Connor Scott's going to have to break him, but quality encounter between those two.
Yeah, and Andy Bartons has been broken. The Beast is 2 behind. Is it going to be heartbreak for the WDF champion?
He's had a real tough time of it this week. I mean, he's sat on 0 points, only a +7 leg difference, which, to be fair, isn't bad if you're on 0 points. It's not bad to have. I think he's the only person on 0 points other than Johan Brouwer that's got a positive leg difference with 0 there.
We have a result as well. Sorry to cut across you there, Dan. Richie Burnett is out. Ross Montgomery takes out tops in 1 dart. 6-4 win there for Montgomery, and Richie Burnett is out.
Richie Burnett, another player nowhere now. He's on 1 point with a negative leg difference. So another player who is going to need a Sunday miracle. He's going to need a Medina miracle if he's going to come through that one. It's John O'Shea, 104 for the match on your featured game.
Connor Scott has just leveled up against Mark Durbridge, 3-all in that one at the moment.
Marco Contella has missed 12 match starts and he's in a noble leg now. 109 left after he finds a max. He's done well to find that max after a couple of trebleless visits. He'd still make him favourite, but after missing 12 match starts, who knows? Brett Clayton averaging 105, 3-0 up.
No, Dan, no Subway today. I actually went out and got some food. I actually managed to. Unterbuchner 3-0 up on Bartons.
Oh, John O'Shea broken back there when throwing for the match. Will that opportunity come around again?
In Europe, the league leader is out. Benjamin Drew Roos beaten 6-5 by Cantella.
Darren Webster, Alex Small is underway. as is John Henderson, Dom Taylor.
Yeah, Henderson was in a bit of trouble as well there, Liam. He started off slow, but he's found the max. But Taylor may still break him if he can take out 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that max came out of absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, up until then, it had been a poor leg from Big John. Get out of jail free, potentially played.
That's a big max from Scott Campbell, that. Brett Clayton now 4-0 up. Motoring.
Connor Scott has just missed the chance to break Mark Durbridge.
You wonder how many of them chances he'll be given as well.
Yeah, Durbridge cleans up, so 4-3 ahead. It's very cagey in this one at the moment. It's on throw at the moment, so any small mistake from here on could be crucial, could be devastating.
It's an important match for both players there because they both need a run today. No one comfortable, is there?
Yeah, Sonny, now Fallon's just last on board 16.
Scott Campbell, an opportunity. He takes it. 80 goes in 2 darts. A noble leg between Scott Campbell and the joker, John O'Shea. John O'Shea not doing it the easy way again in this Q-School.
Dom Taylor's left himself the big fish against John Henderson. Oh, he goes 138 to leave double 16. So he looks good to level up this match.
Wesley plays here, beats Chris Landman 6-3 in one of the more attractive games. Landman on 5 points. Won't pick up any more points today, so he's going to go into the final day on 5 points, which I'm not sure will be enough. Might be. I'm not convinced. Oh, it's a big slip from the joker. The 2 solid visits of 42 throwing for the match here in this leg. Scott Campbell can fill this up. The pendulum will swing. And that's a big score from Scott Campbell. Gets himself to a finish. The joker is going to have to dig in here. What have you got, Scott Campbell? That game between Scott and Durbridge has got Noble written all over it, hasn't it?
Yeah, just nip for tuck all the way along here.
Another sloppy visit from John O'Shea. Only a 42. Scott Campbell on the feature game has come back. He's come from behind to find he needs 69 for the match. Couple of slack visits from the jokers. Open the door here for Campbell, who can't take it. John O'Shea, back to you. 96. A long pause in this game between Campbell and O'Shea on your feature game. That is a very long pause, which normally means one of 2 things. It means that Scott Campbell's missed 3 match starts.
Oh, big opportunity here for Connor Scott. Durbridge only fires in a 42. It's an outside shot, 160, but Durbridge had the darts in this leg, so if Scott can break here, he'd have the darts in the next leg. But he's struggling.
John O'Shea, 3 darts to get rid of the 48. John O'Shea is doing it the hard way at Q-School 2024, but comes through that first round match against Scott Campbell on the horrendously brutal board 16.
Also, John Henderson is struggling. We'll put that as the feature game, but Hendo is right up against it. He's been broken.
Durbridge survives in that leg, so he goes 5-4 up. He's only one away now from replacing the next round. Connor Scott had his chance there in that leg, but again, still on throw.
Sebastian Bieletsky just keeping himself alive in this. But, oh, no, he doesn't. And as I say that, literally, as it looked like he teed it up to force a noble leg, Angelo Balsamo comes in, takes out, he rattles a 140 in, follows it 45-90 in 3 darts. And Sebastian Bieletsky is out.
Ashley Coleman's averaging nearly 95 and he's 4-0 down against Peter Mitchell.
Andy Barton's was 4-0 down. Unter Bucknam missed darts for 5, and all of a sudden the beast is starting to motor. He's back within 1.
This is just getting a bit sloppy, isn't it, between Scott and Durbridge? 5-4 to Durbridge. He's not able to find. He opens with a 40, but Scott on throw, 2 trebleless visits out of his first 3, only a 96 in the other. Needs a big score. Only a 74. Mark Durbridge is having the door held open for him here by Connor Scott.
John Henderson's just hanging in here. And again, he can't take a chance offered up to him.
In the EU so far, and we're still not completed the first round, we've had 5 players in the green out. So that tells me we're going to see some real shuffling around in the order of merit.
John Henderson's getting loads of chances in this one. Eventually breaks Dom Taylor. And Durbridge has double 18 for the match here to knock Connor Scott out. Oh, he's missed
that's massive.
every one of them outside, unless he's bust. So Scott to take us all the way, 68. And he can't take it to Durbridge, giving a second crack of the whip.
4-4 between Unter Buckner and Barton's. The beast lives again.
Oh, Durbridge has missed more mash darts. And Connor Scott again is going to have the opportunity to send it all the way.
And
he does.
There we go.
So we are going all the way. Durbridge will have the darts in the next leg. But my word, he's missed a couple of mash darts already. How is that going to affect him in this leg?
I have a little update for the North American fans in the chat room and watching as Danny Lobby 4-1 up on Christopher Harvey. Lobby again hotly tipped by many to do well. Poised in that 5th position, but on 4 points at the minute. And I think we're all agreed that 4 points will not be enough. So Danny Lobby needs to pick up more points. He could pick those points up today and give himself a stress-free day tomorrow, but lots and lots of work ahead. Excuse me.
Andy Barton is about to go 5-4 in front. He should have been 5-0 down. The game has turned. If he pins double 8, he does. Barton is in front, 5 on the spin. Henderson in front.
That's mad. That's absolutely.
Oh my goodness. This is brilliant from Connor Scott. In a final leg decider, 88, 180, 180, leave 53 after 9. Durbridge is only on 168, so there's no finish there. You can only pressure it. So Connor Scott now from the brink it looks like he's going to come back and has an opportunity to take the match. And he can. So he's missing top. Dubbridge now gets an opportunity at 68. You cannot call this match. It's been back and forth all game.
Those two matches from Scott look like he got it sealed up.
He can't take it out to Connor Scott for tops. And it goes last start. Connor Scott. Oh my goodness, he's used up all his 9 lives in that match. Mark Dubbridge will rue the missed opportunities there. Oh my goodness, what a match.
Yeah, I think he's missed 7 match starts, Mark Dubbridge there. Maybe more. Connor Scott, those 2 matches at exactly the right time, gave himself a chance, and he just managed to stick around long enough to get the opportunity. But yeah, Mark Dubbridge very much will rue the opportunities that he created for himself and then did not take in that one.
I mean, if Connor Scott ends up...
It's just pinned a 164 to break Taylor.
Average.
I mean, if Connor Scott ends up getting his card at the end of the week, he'll look back on that match. If he goes on a run today and he gets a couple of points out of this, he is going to say, my goodness, Mark Dubbridge let me off the hook there in that one.
I do think, though, that you need that. You know, it's such a brutal format, isn't it, Q-School, that realistically, when you look at the people each year that get through, you know, and you look at your 10, 15, each one.
I'm going to stop you there. Look at the feature game. Go on, John. Go on, Hendo.
Come on, then.
Oh!
Boo! Patrick Quinn, 6-3 victory over Charlie Martin. Another Irishman through to the top 64 as Danny Lorby moves through that gate. He's 6-1. And some of these games now, these 6-1 victories, the bagels getting served early in the day. These are important because let's not forget that we've only got a 6-point spread on 124 people. So that leg difference is massively important. And if you can get through games at this stage, 6-1, 6-2, build up that leg difference, it's as good as an extra point come tomorrow afternoon.
Big win in Europe.
Andy Barton's a 13-dart leg to win it from being 4-0 down. Should have been 5-0. That's impressive, guys.
Yeah, what a match as well. I mean, the standard, the averages, brilliant match.
We've been waiting for that as well, haven't we? We have, we've been waiting for an Andy Barton's performance this week, and we've finally got one.
And like you were saying,
the big question now. Go on, mate.
Go on, Dan.
So Andy Barton's now has a point on the board. We've waited all week for him to get a point on the board. He's got a point on the board. We're going to have to maintain that. It's not enough to have one good game at Q-School. You've got to put 4 or 5 games together in a row.
Darius Labanauskas has Shanghai to win against Krzysztof Kachuk 6-1. And he sets it up to lead top on the finish.
Laban just outside the green in the EU. Number 15 in a yellow slot at the minute. He is a man in need of some points just to get himself a little bit more secure.
I mean, if Labanauskas, he takes it out, 1 dart on top, 6-1. I mean, before the match, that had all the hallmarks of a 6-5, but Labanauskas gets the job done 6-1.
Yeah. Also, look, Dom Taylor is not out of this game yet, but Hendo should have gone 3-1 down. He burgled leg 4 and is now in control.
Like we were saying there earlier, Dan, I think it's impossible to get through a Q-School campaign. If you come through, you get your card without dodging a few bullets along the way.
Oh, it is. And when you start to look at those, people that have gone through, and you look, there's one or two of them, that will come through and be really, really dominant. And it does happen. We just see people who are just at that level. And I know he got through day one, but Steve Lennon, prime example, just came in, averaged 96, 97 in every match, showed the level that he was at, and breezed through Q-School. But generally, to get through this format, you're going to have to survive scared. It's not very often people get through Q-School and at some point haven't survived match darts at some point, because it's just the nature of it. Let's be honest, if you were able to consistently throw 96, you wouldn't be at Q-School. You wouldn't have lost your card. So the nature of the people that have found themselves in this scenario are people whose darts peak and trough, whether that's over the course of weeks and months or over the course of minutes and hours. And you always find that people have survived all sorts of scrapes. So, William Boland, top of the UK Order of Merit, absolutely no right to still be in this tournament a couple of days ago, survived and scraped his way through, and now absolutely on top of the world. Well, on top of Q-School world, anyway.
Yeah, some big moments here. Dom Taylor is now back on throw. Henderson has missed an opportunity. Alex Spellman is underway. He is 1-0 down. They jump into the chat room. How are we doing, Anthony? It certainly is moving day, huge day. Thanks for joining us as always, my friend. Gavin, yes, Andy Hamilton will play tomorrow. For Hammer will be there.
He's had a good week, Andy Hamilton.
Yeah.
So far. Kevin Burness is flying against Nick Fulwell, 5-1 up now. Fulwell struggling, only averaging 69 at the moment, and it looks like Burness is going to take that one. Adam Hunt takes the first leg against Alan Norris.
Sure is.
What a leg this is from Dom Taylor.
Could be a good 20 minutes for the North East as Adam Hunt playing Alan Norris, and Colin Osborne is just warming up. In fact, Colin Osborne's just got underway in the round of 64 against Ted Everts.
He's one of them just outside. Colin Osborne could do with a good run today just to get a couple of points on the board.
Yeah, he's had a good week, hasn't he? He's in the yellow at the minute, spot number 12. But yeah, that 3 points he's got will not be enough. So whilst he looks in a good spot in the Order of Merit, if he doesn't get some points on the board today, he could find himself way, way down by tomorrow morning.
What a leg from Dom Taylor to send us to the Noble. It's a shootout. Who can hold their nerve?
There's been some, I tell you what, we've had some really, really good, proper matches in this opening round, Probably the best we've seen all week in terms of an opening round. That just for, and I know it's a nightmare for some of the players. Dom Taylor and John Henderson seeing their names against each other first game today must have thought, come on. But for the darts fans, this is a proper opening round today. Seeing some real good tight action.
John Henderson. It's a perfect leg.
Keep going like that, son. You keep going like that, John.
They may not be enough, though.
I was going to say, that extra treble that Dom Taylor found on his second visit is the difference between the two players at the minute. And that is a slip.
Oh.
Not
hasn't
really
capitalised upon,
capitalised
though.
on it.
Oh, disaster. 108's a nice finish. It's only one treble, single to double. You would expect Dom Taylor to get a dart to win it.
Ooh,
He doesn't.
big chance for Henderson.
Oh, last dart. Is that the bit of luck that John Henderson needed?
Oh, that was a proper
Wow.
match, that one. Good.
Wowzers.
Adam Hunt
Oh,
absolutely
I've just
flying
seen-
ahead against Alan Norris.
Warming up on board 11, the former Lord Privy Seal, former steward of Westminster Abbey, former master of the King's Jewel House.
Jumping back into the chat room. How are we doing, Jack? Says, afternoon, fellas. Should have a good idea. Yeah, by the end of play today, we'll know who the runners and riders are. How are we doing, Weekly Darts Cast? I hope you're good, Lau. A lot of love for Hendo in the chat room. Yeah, look, what a game that was.
Yeah, today's a bit of a strange one in Q-School because it's really the last day that we've no idea what's happening. By at the end of today, going into tomorrow, we know exactly what everybody needs to do. And through the course of the day, we'll see people going up and down, and we'll know who needs to go to which round if everyone else does X, Y, and Z. Today is still a little bit of a lottery. Bradley Brooks, and there's a few in the chat room been keeping an eye on him, been broken early doors by Adam Paxton. Adam Paxton's gone to a quick 2-0 lead in that one. So Adam Hunt motoring ahead to a 3-0 early lead over Chuck Norris.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the days, one of the best days of the year, really, in the Darton calendar that really sets everyone up nicely for tomorrow. We'll know where everyone lies in the order of merit and what they have to do tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow could be absolute carnage.
I hope it is. Adam Paxton's took 3 on the spin. He's 3-0 up now on Bradley Brooks.
Alan Norris missed loads of doubles here to take or get a leg on the board, and Adam Hunt cleans up on double 2. So he is now 4-0 ahead and has 2 breaks to throw. So it looks like a long way back for Alan Norris. Hunt's going along very nicely at the moment.
He is today, but Adam Hunt is another player who's had an absolute nightmare of a week so far. Currently sat going into this game on 0 points and a -6 leg difference. Now, this 4-0 lead is starting to claw some of that leg difference back, but Adam Hunt is going to have to really motor through today to give himself a chance going into the final. There, we're going to have to see, a last 4 performance from him today, tomorrow.
Yeah, Devon Peterson warming up. He's got a toughie against Tom Lonsdale. Lonsdale, we've seen some good stuff. In the chat room, Stu says, so how does new tour card work when it comes to ranking money and your defending money? Tell everyone. So basically, Stu, the 31 tour card holders that get their cards at Q-School start on 0 money, but you've got a 2-year hit. So you've got that tour card for 2 years, so you won't defend any money until year 3. So after the 2 years, you have to be in the top 64 to keep your card, and then you start defending. If you're not in the top 64, you then have to return to Q-School.
Well said. It looks like Fallon's main event in round 1. They're going to put her on last, I think, aren't they?
Yeah. Jack,
Adam
the
Paxton.
scores are on Dark Connect. tv.darkconnect.com.
Flying here. I know, Max, there's a few others in the chat room following the progress of Bradley Brooks. Unfortunately, he's not making much progress at the minute. He's 4-0 behind, averaging just 73. Cannot get himself into this game at the minute, Bradley Brooks.
I mean, if you're Fallon Sherrock, it must be tough. Just, I mean, you're waiting to play your first game. You're hanging around the venue. You just want to get up there and you want to play. You want to get your campaign underway for the day and try and get a win on the board. I mean, she's literally going to be maybe the last of players of the top 1 to 8 that are going to be playing today.
Yeah,
5-0 now, Adam Hunt.
Fallon is warming up. Now, it's got a tough game. Justin Hood, Happy Feet, has played some good stuff so far in stage 2, and he is currently 7th on the order of merit.
Colin Osborne 2-1 up against Ted Everts. I mean, Adam Hunt's leg difference there, Dan, you alluded to it earlier on, is going to be completely wiped if he manages. He's going to be back to 0 if he manages to beat Alan Norris 6-zip here.
Yeah, and again, it's huge, that, because once he does start, hopefully getting some points on the board, you know, as soon as you go to 1, but there's a lot of people on 1 point, there's a lot of people on 2 points, and it just pulls you further up. And I do think psychologically it has a big effect when people see themselves moving up that order of merit.
Yeah, Alan Norris has just got a leg on the board, but Hunt has opened up in this 7th leg with a 140. So he's got to be strong favourite to take it 6-1, which means he's only going to be -1 in leg difference.
I see the former surveyor of the King's Woods took the opening leg in his match. Thomas Cromwell 1-0 up on Sean Wilkinson. Sean Wilkinson's had an absolute mare, though. He's averaging 55 at the minute.
Tibol Tricol is underway in Europe against Serbian Mladen Radosavljevic. That was butchered, but that has got to be one of the trickiest names I've come across trying to pronounce.
Without a shadow of a doubt. The only benefit is I don't think he's watching us at the minute, so I think we're all right. I think we're safe. He's got bigger things to think about.
He won't be in the DMs later on giving out to me.
Absolutely not. Brian Roman up against it. We've seen a mixed bag probably a couple of years from Brian Roman. We've seen some really good stuff. We've seen him stink the place out as well, but he's 5-3 behind at the minute to Bradley Rose.
Devin Peterson is underway against Tom Lonsdale.
Yeah, so catching up in the chat room as well. Chris Landman is out. Hopai Puhau is 1-0 to the good. Christian Kist is out as well. Big names have fallen early today.
Bit of a comeback on here for Alan Norris. He's taken 2 legs on the bounce, and he has the throw in this 8th leg.
Alex Spellman up against it as Matthew Wood takes another leg. Spellman, probably the worst we've seen him play through the entire week, averaging just 76. 4-2 behind. And that's not good, is it?
I'll tell you one thing, Adam Hunt will want to get this game done because Alan Norris is starting to find form here. He's averaging 95. He's gone 140, 140 in this leg. And his averages is significantly higher than Hunt. Norris has missed a few chances at doubles. So Hunt will be thinking, let's just get over the line.
two ways to answer that question, Hayden. He did arrive physically, but he didn't bring a great deal of his darting ability with him. And he went out in the first round, 6-2 to Ted Everts.
Do we reckon Borland will be safe on 7, or does he have to pick up?
I think he's safe. Certainly with a plus 19. And I know he lost a couple off that today, but I'm pretty sure that I think six with a leg difference will be enough. As the former governor of the Isle of Wight, 3-0 up. Sean Wilkinson, 3 legs into this game, only averaging 62. Sean Wilkinson is having an absolute nightmare, and Thomas Cromwell is able to just pick these legs up that Sean Wilkinson is gift wrapping for him.
Yeah, also, slow start from Fallon. She won the ball, but Justin Hood has stolen the darts in this opening leg.
Alex Spellman in last chance saloon here. He's 5-2 behind against Matthew Wood in the feature game on your screens. And Alex Spellman, that's not heavily fancied coming into this tournament. He is only on 1 point. He's got a 0 leg difference, which would be, if he loses the next one, he'd be down to -4. Spellman in a big, I'll rephrase that. I probably couldn't say that on the stream. He's in trouble. He's going to have to do. He's going to have to. He looks like he's going to have to replicate countryman Danny Baggish.
Both Fallon Sherrick and Justin Hood just struggling to get going in this opening leg. Sherrick has left tops, but Hood has 107 to break.
Go on the
takes it. So good finish there from Justin Hood. I don't know where that came from because it was a poor leg from him. He's broken Sherrick in the opening leg.
Yeah, Ben Robb not played yet. Harry, you got by.
Colin Osborne 3-2 up on Ted Everts. Go on, Colin.
And Adam Hunt has done the job against Alan Norris, takes 90 out and 2 darts. He will be happy that is done because Norris won 3 on the bounce and looked like he was going to take that 9th leg as well. But Adam Hunt is into the next round. 6-3 win over Aaron Norris. Good performance from Norris as well. But Adam Hunt moves on.
We're off and running now in the Northeast today. We've had a good week this week up here. It's been a good week and long may it continue. Couple of Spanish players. Go on, mate.
So I was just going to say there, Kai Fang Lung has taken the first leg against Scott Waits. I mean, Scott Waits is another player that really needs a big run today. He has struggled.
He does, and he's got a bye as well today. And we've talked a lot, haven't we, about whether or not that is an advantage because, you know, you get people can catch you cold, can't they? They've come through a game already. They've played themselves into a bit of form. They're maybe a bit more comfortable. And, you know, all of a sudden you can get a bye and people think it's an advantage, but then you end up meeting someone that's just spanked someone 6-0, 6-1, and it's not always the benefit that people think, is it?
No, definitely. I mean, that match practice, you see it there counts for a lot. Just a little bit sharper when you come to play. I mean, I expect it's
He's 4-0 up on Sean Wilkinson. Let's hope he doesn't lose his head. Okay.
Oh my goodness, Scott Waits is having a mare here. 140, 22, 38, 85, and 9 he has scored. Kai Fang Lung has 52 now for a second leg to break Scott Waits.
Thibaut Tocol 2-1 ahead. Just nipping over into Europe. We've got 2 Spanish players. We've been following the Italians. We've got 2 Spanish players playing at the minute as Jose Justicia is 3-2 ahead of John Michael. Jesus Noguera in a... Go on, mate.
Sorry, Fallon Sherrick looks good here to get a leg on the board. She's left 64 after 12. Against Justin Hood, he's struggling a little bit in this leg. Justin Hood and Mike Warburton warming up. That is going to be an interesting all-Welsh clash.
Yeah,
Colin
big for the winner as well.
4-3 up over Ted Everts in a match that would put Colin Osborne into the green if he wins. And it would give Ted Everts a really big uphill battle ahead of him tomorrow.
Alex Spellman has gone.
Oh, that is big. And he's not gone really with anything other than a win will do tomorrow. You know, have to win or he's done for, really.
Maybe a final. Maybe.
Yeah, he might get in with it if he makes a final. Maybe a final will do. So what round is this at the minute? We are in the we're on that crossover point of the last few games of the round of 128. So we've got the last few opening first round games finishing off, and then we've underway in 6 or 7 of our top 64 games in the UK. That's pretty much the same in Europe, but we do have. It must just be on the board with a bye in Europe. We've got the round of 32 game between Andy Bartons and Bourne Van Putt warming up on board 1. We're motoring ahead with the pace has been quite nice this week, hasn't it? There's not been a lot of hanging around.
No, it's been good.
And as a player, I reckon, I mean, you want to get on with it. You want to if you're winning, you want to keep winning, keep on that roll, keep fresh. You know, you don't want to be hanging around waiting for ages in between games.
No, but we do get, and obviously it's playing a very similar format to the Pro Tour events, and we do often find that when we're on the Pro Tour streams, we're filling for little bits and chatting about, who's going to win the Royal Rumble, because we get a bit of a lag and the pace lulls a little bit. But we've not noticed any of that this week. They've absolutely motored through games. It's been really, really good.
There's always 1 or 2 games though. You refresh Darknet, you reckon it's broken. It's going that slow. Justin Hood has taken out a ton finish against Fallon Cherokee. Leads 3-1 now. Scott Waits has got a leg on the board against Kai Fang Lung. He's 2-1 behind. And Mike Warburton and Justin Smith is underway in an all-Welsh clash. So tasty looking match, that one.
Yeah, Thibaut Tricol is in front. He needs a big run today. Ben Robb getting underway. Remember, he had one of the buys. So Big Rig's first game. McGurk on the verge of exit. Is that a slip from Fallon? Does that open the door?
Justin Hood doesn't take a big advantage of it. So Fallon Cherokee, she likes the big fish. This is to hold throw.
Ted Everts finds a max.
Whoa.
Leave himself.
I reckon she missed the dart of that.
She's missed the dart of the ball.
She's gone into the 19s by the looks
19,
of it.
Yeah, probably the top of the 19 going for the ball.
She loves that. What big fish.
The one against Clemens was still incredible.
I seen it. It popped up the other day on Twitter or X. I just thought it was unbelievable. Probably one of the best 170 finishes we've seen. There's one other thing I seen this morning. I don't know if you boys seen this. That FDI put up a poll whether Peter Wright would win his tour card if he was in this year's Q-School. And I think it was less than half of the people thought he would definitely win the tour card. I couldn't believe it.
I'm not sure he would. I'm genuinely sure he would.
I reckon he would. Straight out.
I think it's a 2. it's a complicated question that you could make too much of. It is the level of darts that he's playing, numbers alone in terms of averages, doubling percentages, etc. Would he come through? Probably not. If he did just have to go along to Q-School, would it be like when Barney went? Everyone he plays against just shits themselves and gets distracted by the fact that they're playing Peter Wright. Probably, like, you know, because and that's the issue for someone like no, Barney never got a proper game out of anyone because they were too busy going, bloody hell, I'm playing Barney here. Look at that, texting their mates, this is mental. And I think that's, you know, that's probably the way that he comes through it is the fact that he is Peter Wright, and people will just be too wrapped up in playing him. Because that happens to professional dart players.
Couple of all English affairs just underway in the last 64. Leighton Bennett is underway against Brandon Jones and Scott Mitchell against Joshua Richardson. So a couple of players there are going to be looking for a run today, adding a couple of points to their tally.
Oh, tell you what, Colin Osborne's going to get... Oh, my word, Colin, 171 from Colin Osborne. Leaves 36 with Ted Everts back on 187. Colin Osborne's about to get 3 match darts. Everts only gets himself to 92. Not a huge amount of pressure on this 36, but Colin Osborne, 3 match darts to move himself into the green, increasing that leg average. Oh, he's missed. He's left himself 9, but Everts... No rush, mate.
Yeah.
Everts at 92. This is a bit of a long shot, considering the way that he's played this week. You probably wouldn't put your 50 pence on him nailing this, and he doesn't. He leaves 57. So Colin Osborne's going to get 3 more darts at 9 to wrap this match up.
Mike Warburton and Justin Smith 1-1 at the moment. Brandon Jones is taking the first leg against Leighton Bennett, and Scott Mitchell is taking the opening leg against Joshua Richardson. Justin Hoodley's Fallon Sherrick 4-2, and Scott Waits trails Kai Fan Lung 3 legs to 2.
Colin Osborne couldn't get that done. Ted Everts levels it up, forces a noble leg, 5-all in this one. Colin Osborne on throw. Sean Wilkinson
for Fallon Sherrick
down in this one. Go on, mate.
You feel Fallon Sherrick has to win this leg. It's on throw, 4-2 down against Justin Hood. She's left 163. Oh, that's brilliant. 1-2-3 to leave tops. Justin Hood back on 187, so there's no finish there. So Sherrick the favourite now to reduce the deficit to just 1 again.
Jules Van Dongen behind against Titus Kanik in Europe. Just a quick check over there. And Thibaut Tricol 5-2 ahead now as the Frenchman looks to book his place in the last 32. And he is on the move. We are underway in the round of 32 now in Europe. So Andy Barton's opens that with what I think is probably a 13 dart leg. Andy Barton's, this could be the day for him, already in the round of 32 and in the lead, looking for his spot in the next round.
Big result in the UK is Kevin Lane of Wales has beaten Shane McGurk of Ireland, someone who was just outside them qualifying places, them automatic qualifying places. That's a big blow to him.
There's a tough one on the go as well, as a lot of people's favourite dart player, Devon Peterson, is averaging just 73. 4-all in a slog of a game against Tom Lunsdale. Really lacking in quality, that one. And as we say that, we talked about Scott Waits being a man who needed a big run today. Kai Fan Lung takes that break and he's 4-2 ahead. Scott Waits with all the work to do just to put a single point on the board today. Colin Osborne will get further match darts here if Ted Everts can't take out 146. He can't. Ted Everts gets himself down to 82. Colin Osborne, 3 darts at tops, comes back to the hockey for 40. Match darts incoming. First one goes in. Colin Osborne wins 6-5. Ted Everts is absolutely nowhere in the order of merit, but Colin Osborne moves himself up into the green. The man from Teesside is giving himself every chance of a tour card.
Poor leg from this again from Scott Waits. 43-21 scored after 6. Kai Fan Lung has left 1-2-2 after 9. So it looking likely that Waits could lose this match, which would mean he's going to have to go all the way and win a tour card, win the day tomorrow to get back on the professional circuit. Justin Hood has missed starts to take the 8th leg against Fallon Sherrock. She's back on 1-5-2. This will be to level up the match for a break at throw against Justin Hood.
The lack of scoring and the lack of trebles early part of this leg really cost Fallon, hasn't it? Because she has had an opportunity to come and pinch this as a break of throw. But those 3 trebleless visits starting off just left herself too much to do, hasn't she?
She's had a couple, and Justin Hood, as we say, it just takes that leg there. She's had a couple of them visits as well, just trebleless to open up, or in the first kind of 9 darts that she's thrown in a couple of the legs, which has really forced her hand then to try and hit something big. But just as we say that, she opens up at a 180 in leg 9.
Tom Lonsdale down to 32 with Peterson back on 221. So he's going to get at least 6 darts from 32. He only needs 1, Tom Lonsdale. So there's another noble leg. 5 all between Devon Peterson and Tom Lonsdale. James Willie Boland, the leader of the UK Order of Merit, who might not be for very long because he went out in today's opening match. He got beat 6-2 by Ted Everts, who has himself just been beaten by Teesside's own Colin Osborne, who moves up now, Colin Osborne, to number 7. He's not just in the green, he's halfway up it.
Cool. And that just goes to show Saturday moving day. There's going to be a lot of movement in and out of that. Them automatic places, those automatic places. Fallon Sherrock has left 90 now, or she's just left double 18 after 12 darts. She's looking likely she's going to pick up this legs. Kai Fan Lung is a leg away against Scott Waits for a place in the next round as well. Just in Europe, Jules Van Dongen has just got a leg back against Titus Kanik of Poland. He trails 5-4 in that one.
Devon Peterson, couple of big visits there. Gets himself down to 85 with Lonsdale back on 150. Peterson can take this out. He'll move himself through. It's still only a first round game, and he does. Devon Peterson takes 85 out in 3 darts. So Peterson wins, but that was just a first round match, a match in the 1-8. Devon Peterson does not pick up a point for that win, as Fallon Sherrock still can't get rid of the double 18. She comes back for double 9. She's missed multiple darts, but if she can't get rid of this one here, Justin Hood, he'll come back. She does. Fallon takes the 18 out in 2 darts. But Justin Hood will now get the opportunity with the darts in hand to throw for the match. That is not how he would have wanted to start. If Fallon can find a couple of trebles here.
I mean, she's only 1 break away. Kai Fan Lung is actually, he has 60 now for the match to knock Scott Waits out, the 2-time Lakeside champ. Left himself on 60.
Had a rough week, hasn't he?
Yeah, and I mean, this is well below what we'd expect from Scott Waits here. 78 average, and the job is done for Kai Fan Lung. He beats Scott Waits 6-2, and he progresses to the next round. Scott Waits has it all to do tomorrow. He will have to win outright to qualify and pick up his tour card.
And let's be honest, that's exactly what we want to see tomorrow. We want to see winners tomorrow from people that come outside Ideally, we've got no points at all now, because that makes it far, far more fun and exciting tomorrow, doesn't it?
And in a way, I mean, not that anyone wants to leave to the last stage to actually have to win it outright, but there will be some players in their mindset going now and saying, I just have to win. I just have to win. There's no kind of if I get this point, if I reach this round. And for some players, that will suit them, just thinking, I have to win.
I think one of them might be on screen now, Liam, if we're completely... I think there might be a player on our screen right now that, A, looks very likely to be in that position, and B, could and often thrives in those sort of circumstances. Justin Hood going to have to hold his nerve here. Still very, very much in control of both this leg and this match. Too many trebleless visits from Fallon. That last leg that she really should have had the opportunity to break. Justin Hood messed around, and 3 trebleless visits in her opening 3 visits to the Oki just cost Fallon that opportunity to get the break. That 1-3-1's massive, but too little too late. I think the scoring's coming at the back end of legs for Fallon rather than at the beginning. And Justin Hood gets the job done. He only needs 1 dart to find double tops. And Fallon Sherrock is going to have to win outright tomorrow.
I mean, if you just take a little look down at the players who are on 0 on the order of merit at the moment, there is some big names on that list who haven't picked up the point yet. So all of them will be thinking in their heads, I have to go and win. So we could see an absolutely dramatic day tomorrow.
Well, that actually moves Justin Hood up, that victory. That moves Justin Hood up above Colin Osborne. Justin Hood well into the green as well. Moved him above Connor Scott, above Andy Bolton. He's on 4 points and a +10 leg difference. So Justin Hood looking like a solid bet. He's putting himself into a really good position. And the other, I tell you what, that board 16 is horrendous, Like Justin Hood against Fallon Sherrock. Then the next game on board 16, Andy Bolton against John O'Shea. It's brutal, that board. But everyone on that board has the potential of getting themselves through into an established position in that green section by coming through that board. Andy Barton's 5-1 now. Bourne Van Putt has got 1 leg on the board. Andy Barton's was 5-0 up a moment ago. That is, let's not forget, in the round of 32. We're flying ahead in Europe. We're managing somehow in Europe to have a 128 game in the first round between Henry Van Berkel and Sergio Krasin is underway at the same time as Andy Barton's is 1 leg away from the last 16. So we've got a real spread in how the day is progressing over in Europe.
Yeah, just as we say that, Lynn. Sorry, Phil, go on.
I say, did someone kick Andy Barton's on the way to the venue this morning and say, wake the fuck up?
He's had his Weetabix this morning, that lad, hasn't he?
Just Weetabix.
Just his Weetabix, yeah. Not like me. I'm surviving on corned beef toasties today. I got the toasted sandwich maker out today. Proper toasties, like in the machine.
Leighton Bennett is 4-1 up at the moment against Brandon Jones, one of them players who's in and around them automatic qualification spots. Jim McEwen has taken the first leg against Daryl Pilgrim. Mike Warburton's 4-3 up against Justin Smith, a tight game in that one. Scott Mitchell leads Joshua Richardson 3-2 at the moment.
Morning, Bob. How are we doing?
Richardson slept 18.
It's been a bit of a morning, so an afternoon so far. John Henderson probably the standout in terms of a huge result to beat Dom Taylor.
Leighton Bennett cooking on gas at the minute, 4-1 up on Brandon Jones. Flying ahead. That's an interesting one as well. Jim McEwen averaging 101, just levels up with Daryl Pilgrim averaging 105. That game looks like it's going to be A nice one. Darren Webster taking an early break against Keith Rooney. 2-0 up he is against the Irishman as Nathan Girvin gets a leg back. Scott Taylor was 2-1 up there. Girvin just got a leg on the board. Scott Mitchell and Joshua Richardson all level there. 3-all. James Wilson and Adrian Gray all level as well at 4-all. Over in Europe, God, that's complicated. We've got 3 legs going on at once. Andy Bartons is confirmed as the first man through to the last 16 in Europe.
Keelan Kay's taking the first leg against Danny Lau beating 15 darts.
5-1 up now, Leighton Bennett. I know there's a lot of people keeping an eye on his progress as well. He's looking very solid today. He's looking odds on now for a spot in the last 32.
Yeah, and he's just in that orange zone there on the order of merit as it stands.
Oh, the orange.
Yeah, if he picks up another couple of points today, and he's looking in a really, really nice spot, isn't he?
Mitchell has missed starts to take out 96. So Joshua Richardson is coming back for a break of throw here at a crucial time of the match. He wants 66. And he takes it. So Mitchell is has been broken. So Joshua Richardson leads 4-3 here. Another player, Mitchell, that will need a big run if he's to win a tour card. I think he is only on. Has he picked up a point so far? 1 point. So Mitchell will need a big run today and tomorrow. If he doesn't win it outright.
A big start in this leg from the Joker. He's managed to find himself a max and a ton. He's down to 40 after 12. Andy Bolton back on 208. We'll see how much pressure we can put on the 40 of John O'Shea.
The writing looks on the wall here. Sorry, Dan.
No, you're right, mate. Go on.
The writing looks on the wall here for Justin Smith. He's 5-4 down against Mike Warburton. This leg, he's gone 85, 60, 45. Warburton's on 176 after 9. So Justin Smith is really going to have to find something big here in this visit. 96 is not going to be enough. So Warburton's stolen the darts and is in pole position to move into the next round if he can win this leg. Even if he doesn't, he'll have the darts in the next leg. So he leaves 76 after 12. So Smith.
The question in the chat room from Richard: how's Sebastian Bielewski getting on? The answer to that, Richard, is not very well. He went out 6-4 in the first round, averaging just 76. He's had another stinker, and he's essentially put himself in a position where he's going to have to win outright tomorrow. He's on 1 point with just a +2 leg difference. So if he wants a tour card, he's going to have to win one outright in Europe tomorrow.
Is this channel related to the MODUS Super? Kind of. Not massively, but there are links, yeah. Maybe a stupid question, but do the winners get paid? No, they don't. The first thing they do is get a bill to join the PDPA.
Yeah, not only that, and they're all paying to be there, not forget as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've all put their hands in their pockets they've all put their hand in their pocket just to go and have a go at this. Andy Bolton levels up with John O'Shea. That match stays on the row. We're going to talk about Mike Warburton, Liam.
Yeah, he's just got the job done against Justin Smith. 64 breaks at a brilliant time for him. 6-4 winner over Justin Smith. And he beats his fellow countryman to move into the next round. One of the players who has the potential to go on a big run, Mike Warburton. And he will be looking to do so today. A big blow for Justin Smith, who was on 2 points at the start of the day. He won't be adding to that. And Mike Warburton hasn't picked up a point yet, so he needs a bit of a run. Joshua Richardson has gone 5-3 up against Scott Mitchell. So Mitchell now is on the brink. Another player who's only picked up a point.
We've still got a game in Europe in his first round, still going. Is Henry Van Berkel is 1 leg away from beating Sergio Krasen 5-4 in that one. But we're pretty much, we've got names confirmed into the last 16 in Europe, and we're still playing the first round at the same time. And lots of people's pick for a tour card. Radek Sazanski is 3-0 up in his match over in Europe. We've just seen a result. I caught it just as it was going off. Yeah, it's Danny Janssen, 6-3 winner over Christopher Tunders. Danny Janssen confirmed the mullet will be in the last 32 today.
Whoa, Joshua Richardson in this leg on the Mitchell throw has gone 1-2, 1 and 5. So Scott Mitchell's gone ton. So he needs to win the remaining 3 legs to win the match.
Oh, Jim McEwen's just missed 3 darts at double 11, or 3 darts from 22. Can't see what he's actually done with him. Opportunity to hold his throw. Darryl Pilgrim's come and nicked that leg off him. A sneaky break there. But Darryl Pilgrim now has taken control in this match with Jim McEwen. The Joker, John O'Shea, another hold from him. 2-1 up now on Andy Bolton.
And that was a 1-10 finish from John O'Shea with Andy Bolton left on double 8.
Oh, tasty. Tasty.
Keelan Cage 3-1 up against Danny Lowby at the moment. He's motoring well.
Christ, that's going on forever. That game between Krasen and Van Berkel in the first round in Europe has now gone to a noble leg. They're 5-all. And we are still in the first round there. Darren Webster just maintaining that break of throw.
James Wilson's just taken out 76 to beat Adrian Gray. 6-5.
That's a good win.
Sorry.
That's a good win. George Killington, 5-3. He's within 1 of victory over Daniel Ashbury now. George Killington, a man right up there in the mix, 6th on the UK Order of Merit. He would, if he wins this on leg difference, he'll go above Dom Taylor. He'll go up into 4th spot on the UK Order of Merit with 5 points. And that we think is going to be right on the cusp come the business end of tomorrow afternoon.
Joshua Richardson in a good position to take or to win the match against Scott Mitchell now. He's left 89 after 12. Mitchell back on 2-6-3, miles back. He's going to need something really big to pressure this. And even then, he's going to hope that Joshua Richardson misses. Mitchell, like we said, only has 1 point on the Order of Merit yet, and he's left 1-6-4. So even if he gets to pop at it, it's a big ask.
Sergio Krasen takes out Shanghai 120 in the noble leg to bring a close to the first round in Europe. The Italian Sergio Krasen takes the final spot in the last 64 in the EU. And now every game from here on in, both in Britain and the EU, we are playing for points. There are points on offer for every game at the minute as Jim McEwen breaks Darryl Pilgrim back, levels up that game 3-all and gets that match back on throw.
Joshua Richardson takes out tops with the final dart or takes out 40 of the final dart, and he has beaten Scott Mitchell 6-4. That means the 2015 Lakeside champ Scott Mitchell has it all to do tomorrow. He will more than likely have to win a card outright by winning the day tomorrow.
Borough Boy. What do points make? Tour cards. Scott Taylor beats Nathan Girvan. Nathan Girvan's had a really rough week of it this week. But Scott Taylor dispatches him, Nathan Girvan, another man who, if he wants a tour card, is going to have the day of his life tomorrow. Just out of interest, Borough Boy, what's the Middlesbrough? What's the borough? Middlesbrough, Peterborough, Scarborough, what's the borough? Which borough are you? Matty Dennant 2-0 on Brett Clayton. Matty Dennant is number 2 at the minute on the UK Order of Merit. If he comes through this game against Brett Clayton, he will move into number 1 slot. And were you just about to mention about John O'Shea getting broken there, Liam?
Yeah, he had a chance to go 3-2 up on the throw, and Andy Bolton has broken John O'Shea 56-2. So Andy Bolton is averaging 97 at the moment.
Where is Andy Bolton on the Order of Merit?
Andy Bolton was on Fallon's board.
Oh, I was just looking for him on the Order of Merit. Oh, there he is. He's 11th. So, yeah, Andy Bolton, right cuspy as well. He's on 4 points plus 3 leg difference. A win here would stick him solidly into the green, but it'd put him in that horrible spot where he'd be in the green, solidly into it, but with not enough to get him over the line. He's still going to need more. Andy Bolton just with a visit of 44 on throw, holding the door open, giving John O'Shea an opportunity, and John O'Shea comes and follows with a visit of 44 himself. Not able to take advantage of that slip there. Sean Fallon is not in the provisional spot. She's not in the green. Bloody massive visit from Andy Bolton. 1-3-7 leaves himself tops. Good God.
I had a feeling it was coming. And what a setup that is from Andy Bolton.
Oh, man. You've got to feel there. Slipped massively that 44. John O'Shea didn't take advantage. 44 of his own. Andy Bolton comes back. What a visit. And then seals that leg up. John O'Shea 4-2 behind. Friend of the show. Go on, Jim. Follow that. Oh. Not open with a 180 and not follow it on this when you're on the featured game, man. Brett Clayton 2 on the spin, level up with Matty Dennant. Desmond in that game now, 2-2. Look, Radek Sadansky, a lot of people's picked to do very, very well in this event. 4-1 up as we speak. It's currently just outside of that green and yellow section, but a win in this one with a decent leg difference will take Radek Sadansky into the green. As Danny Lobby, coming motoring from behind against Keelan Kay, has levelled that game up at 4 apiece now, Lowby.
This is a brilliant leg from John O'Shea. He's gone 60 ton 80 ton 80 to leave 81, and he takes it out in 3 darts. So a 12 darter there from John O'Shea to reduce the deficit to 1.
It is, but he's gonna need a break in this one. He started on throw as well. He won the bull, John O'Shea. But again, that treble-less visit from Andy Bolton. The problem this has been in this game for the Joker, that when Andy Bolton slipped, John O'Shea slipped as well, and he didn't that time. Is this the opportunity there where he's going to capitalise? Two treble-less visits from Danny Lobby. Keelan Kay slips in 1-2-5, followed by a ton.
Oh, that's a slip from Andy Bolton again, up 59-41.
North
chance here for John
Americans
O'Shea.
came in to this week with so much promise. And whilst we are seeing Jules van Dongen at the very top of the pile in Europe, it's been underwhelming from the rest of the North American contingent so far.
Oh, Andy Bolton's having a stinker in this leg, 59-41-36. So John O'Shea on 265, only a ton, so he doesn't quite leave himself a finish. So he didn't start downstairs in the 19s there, which was interesting to leave the big fish. So, and again, it visit from both, it won't matter.
Yeah, you expect John O'Shea to be able to set something comfortable up from here. He's going to get 6 darts. Oh, that's nice. He's left 70 with Andy Bolton back on 305. That'll do nicely. This is a really good quality game between Jim McEwen and Daryl Pilgrim.
Very
on your
good,
feature game foot.
Is Pilgrim going to be in absolute peril come tomorrow?
Andy
really
Bolton finds a 1-7. Andy Bolton found a 1-7-4, but John O'Shea cleans up 70, so he has broken Andy Bolton. So it's back on throw here. John O'Shea just has to hold in the next couple of legs to knock out Andy Bolton. So big moments here in this one.
Ross Montgomery is gone as James Huthwaite averages 102 to beat the Scotsman 6-2. Good result that for him as Keelan Kay goes within 1. 5-4 Keelan Kay is up on Danny Lowry, but Danny Lowry 100 points ahead. Keelan Kay maybe just wrestled the darts back. Interesting to see if we get a noble leg out of this one as Connor Scott takes the opener in his game against Matthew Wood.
Jim McEwen is within 1 of beating Pilgrim.
Thomas Lovely has beaten Edward Price 6-2. Andy Bolton started to struggle here, but he's only found 1 treble in the first 9 darts. And John O'Shea's left 147 after 12.
Anton Ersland has broken when he needed to.
Look, John O'Shea has 6 darts at 147 to go 5-4 up. He has to jump all over this opportunity being presented to him by Andy Bolton. He's struggling. 59 score from John O'Shea, leads 88. So can Andy Bolton pressure the 88?
I tell you what, there's one name that has kind of gone under the radar a little bit. He was solid in stage 1. He's in front here. Is Lee Cox. If he can beat Kevin Thomas, that would put him on 3 points and put him right in the mix.
Oh, there's a slip here from John O'Shea as Andy Bolton fires in a 145. So he's left 41. So if Andy Bolton can clean this up, he's going to be a leg away, and he does. So Andy Bolton now has the darts in this 10th leg to knock John O'Shea out. So that was a slip from O'Shea there. Had the opportunity to go within a leg of the match. But now, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Andy Bolton, who was poor for a lot of that leg, is a leg away.
Messy. Another opening leg victory for the architect of the Reformation, Thomas Cromwell, 1-0 up on board 11 over Kevin Burness.
Big moments here for Darren Pilgrim and Jim McEwen. McEwen's missed match start, and now he'll have a second crack of the whip.
Match starts at 5-5 for Jim McEwen. Not simple, and certainly if he comes inside and messes around with it. But Jim, it's a Bit of a long delay. There you go. 3 cards to get it done. Jim McEwen, 3-4 victory. And Phil, you are correct. Daryl Pilgrim has got it all to do.
This is brilliant from Andy Bolton. He's left 1-2-1 after 9, ton 140. So John O'Shea can only hope for a miracle at this stage. Andy Bolton has scored 59 to leave 62. John O'Shea needs to find something big to pressure the Andy Bolton throw here.
Just
And
looking,
he can only find a 42.
Just looking on social media, although he is, but not mathematically. Jules Van Dongen's gone early on Facebook. Guess who's back with the smiley face with sunglasses on?
Just as you say
7
that, Phil.
With a plus 25.
Andy Bolton has beaten John O'Shea. So he moves into the next round. John O'Shea had his chances in that one, but he has it all to do tomorrow as well. Andy Bolton now has moved in or back into the green spots in the automatic tour card winners.
Warming up in the round of 32 now in the UK as Jonathan Kavanagh and Darren Webster warming up on board 9 in those round of 32 games.
Keelan Kay got the job done against Danny Lauby.
Oh, that's a pick of the round of 32 in Europe, is it not? Board 12, Thibaut Tricol against Radek Sadansky. That's a game.
Yes, it is.
Rusty Jake Rodriguez is out for the day. It's Timothy Verbrugge beats him 6-3, and Rusty Jake is going to have to come again tomorrow. He is currently at number 12 in the order of merit in Europe. He is in green, but he will not be in green in about half an hour's time. So Rusty Jake still with considerable work to do, as Peter Mitchell does everything to benefit his leg difference and beats Adam Paxson 6-0, serving bagels late into the afternoon.
So I'm just looking at the names. Well, let me tee up this next game first of all.
Who are we having? Who are we going to watch?
Who do we want from Europe?
Let's have a look. Oh, let's have a look. Oh, we could do a bit of. I was literally just about to say we could have a bit of Sergio Krasin. Yeah, let's get a bit of it. We'll have some of the Italian influence in that, I think. Do we think? Because he looked. Do we think that Devon Peterson's got a run in him today?
No.
Tell you, he's had a bit of a run today. He's took a brief break from dissolving monasteries. And Thomas Cromwell is 3-0 up on Kevin Burnett on board 11.
What I was going to say was take the top 2 from the Challenge Tour last year out of the equation because they've got cards. But then I'm going to go down. Hendo, Bolton, Crabtree, Kist, Dom Taylor, James Hurrell, Dragutin Horvath, Thibaut Tricol, Chris Landman, Wesley Placia, Darrell Pilgrim, Robert Grundy, Scott Mitchell, Conan Whitehead as the top 16. Now, again, I know we've spoken about this a lot, but it's kind of a travesty that those players have scrapped it out over a whole season. You've got a year-long ranking and form, yet we go down to a lottery of 4 days where it's just a complete open draw that they could draw each other in round 1. I'm not a fan.
I fall in and out of love with it.
Like I think Q-School is brilliant because it's brilliant to watch and see the drama unfold, and obviously it's a huge moneymaker. So
from that side of it, I completely agree, and that we wouldn't be doing this without it. So I get that side of it, but also from a darts point of view, I want to see the best 1-2-8 players on tour.
And it doesn't do that. Q-School doesn't get you. Q-School doesn't give you the best 128 professional dart players in the country. It simply doesn't. But it's very difficult to. The only real way you can do it for me is I just think you'd have to keep Q-School. You just have to find a way to award more cards through the Challenge Tour. That's all you'd have to do. And even if you took 2 cards from each, to reduce the UK and the EU by 2 cards and say top 6 Challenge Tour, or you then look at where you're seeding things into stage 2, where you look at expanding that, into the order of, deeper into the Challenge Tour order of merit, gets you seeded into stage 2 or bypass stage 1 a little bit. Lee Cox, a man that you've mentioned a few times, gets over the line. Lee Cox, another victory, just going about his business quietly and professionally. Lee Cox looking very strong at the moment, as is another break to the good, Connor Scott, who is 4-2 up against Matthew Wood. And Connor Scott, we've talked about him an awful lot. He's in some really good form the last 6 to 8 months. We had a chat with him on the Live Lounge, and I think a lot of people, lots of good things to say about Connor Scott, and I think he'll be a popular one if he manages to pick up a tour card. There'll be a lot of people pleased about that. Kyle Wilson's 6-3 victory over Patrick Williams. We're talking about different names today quite a lot, aren't we, than we have done in the last few days?
Yeah.
We're seeing different people.
There's a big game on the order of merit here, just getting underway in the UK. And it is James Hurrell against Justin Hood. James Hurrell currently 3rd, Justin Hood currently 10th. That's a biggie.
It certainly is, because you wouldn't have either of them stamped as having enough. Certainly, James Hurrell, he's got 5 points plus 27. If he gets beat here, that 27 could take a little hit, and then he's probably not got enough, even though he's sat in 3rd at the minute. I know there's lots of factors going on, but there's an awful lot of people, if you go all the way down to spot 17, who are still in today. And with another point, they're level with him and they catch him in 2 rounds. So a really interesting game, that one, Phil. Connor Scott 1 away from victory now, 5-2 up on Matthew Wood. Paul Crone 4-3 up on Danny Jansen. The mullet has had a good day so far. And Sergio Krasen, the Italian Hope, 4-2 behind on the feature game with Stefan Schroeder. How Pai Puha goes within 1. He's 5-2 up. Marco Cantele has had a really up and down few days. He's a 6-5 winner against Matthias Elhurst. Cantele moving through to the last 32. Radek Sedansky picks up the opening leg in that really intriguing European game against Thibaut Tricol.
Devin Peterson has just gone 3-2 up against Chris Quantock as well. James Hurdle is taking the first leg against Justin Hood, so he's hanging in there, Devin Peterson. He's the averages has improved a lot since the first round game that he played.
Got an awful lot to do, though. He's sat on 0 points with a -2 leg difference. Even after his first game, he's still on a -2. So huge thing. Devin Peterson could get to the final today and he still would not be guaranteed a tour card. So lots of work to do for the man from South Africa.
This Radek Sedansky Thibaut Tricol game is living up to the hype so far. Both players averaging over 100 and both players left on 161 after 9 in this leg.
Yeah, it's the pick of that round, I think, isn't it? Across both venues, really intriguing one, that one. Both players tipped to do well, and both of them, to be fair, have had a reasonable week. I know that they are just slipping out side the green, but that's probably just because other games have got on quicker than they have. They're both within a point of being
and
right in the mix.
Gone 2-0 up. James Beaton has beaten Tommy Morris 6-3 in the around the 64 match in the UK.
Connor Scott opens 1-7-7, follows it with a ton as he's throwing for the match here, 5-3 up, and another point picked up by Connor Scott would put him right into the mix. I think that would probably stick him up as high as 7th, depending on the score here. He'd probably jump Leighton Bennett, Scott Taylor, Danny Lowby.
Chris Quantock was back level with Devon Peterson. Connor Scott wins.
Yeah, he's had a good couple of days. Connor Scott's looked good all week. Even when he hasn't won, he's looked good. He just looks like he's got that level.
That puts him up to 9th.
Yeah, that leg difference is tight. And interesting, Danny Lowby, who's in 7th, is out for the day. Danny Lowby making no more progress today, as is Dom Taylor in 5th. So there's more shuffling, I think, to be going on. Oh, match darts incoming. The man played a key role in the downfall of Anne Boleyn. Needs 9. He takes it. Thomas Cromwell, 6-2 winner over Kevin Burness.
He's motoring along quite nicely today.
He's having a cracking day, isn't he?
Yeah.
James Hurdle 2-0 up now on Justin Hood.
If Thomas Cromwell wins a tour card outright today, can we use photographs of Thomas Cromwell circa 1540 in the social media posts?
Radix, just going back to that Sagansky-Tricole game, Sagansky is absolutely flying. He's 3-0 up now at the moment. Has 96, has left 96 after 12. Tees it up to leave double 18 with Tricole not on a finish. So he is absolutely flying ahead. They're averaging 104 at the moment.
Yeah, he's almost made what we hoped would be a really exciting, intriguing game, and he's sort of shut it down a bit as he does. Yeah, one dart straight in, 4-0, and what we thought was going to be an incredibly exciting game is underwhelming because Radek Selansky is just getting his foot to the floor.
Tricole is averaging 94, so he's not even doing that bad. But Sagansky's just said to himself, "I'm going to win this match," as he opens up with a 44. But he's still doing very, very well.
I'll tell you what, Jules Van Dongen might not have been wrong because he has broken early in this round of 32. He's looking for a top 16 spot. He is playing now for his 8th point, Jules Van Dongen, and he's taken an early break to go 2-0 up on Timothy Van Brugge. And the American, I think once he gets to 8 points, we can pretty much agree he is Romeo.
Henderson has blown a great opportunity here.
Oh, Christ. Tricole down to 32 with Sadansky back on 303. Massive visits from the Frenchman. Is this the start of a comeback?
Devin Peterson looking good here to take a 5-4 lead. There's Chris Quantock. He's at 176 after 9. As James Hurl extends his lead over Justin Hood.
Oh, Cox Osborne, that's huge.
It is. And another game that can have real impacts on the order of merit, because that's 12 plays 13. That's a man in white against a man in yellow, and that is a really interesting game for more reasons than one.
Devin Peterson has a couple of darts at double 18. He takes it in 1, so he is 1 leg away from the next round.
In fact, this is better from Dev. Look, 89 is still not the heights that we've seen from him, but it's better than what we've seen recently.
Yeah, I mean, there was one stage in the last round that he was averaging 60 odd, late 60s in the first round. I know he pushed it up a little bit, but
he is finding as well. He's finding the treble, and he's finding the treble within those first couple of visits to the hockey as well. He's regularly put ton plus visits early in legs, and as I say that, he throws a 41 in his second visit. Well done, Dan Simpson.
Zagansky has moved 5-1 ahead now against Thibault Tricol.
Sorry about that, Devin. Spooked you there. Oh, dear me.
God, you've really put him off here, Dan.
I've really asked that one up. I am sorry, Dev. James Hurl 3-0 up in that all-important all-green clash in the order of merit in the UK. 3-0 up, James Hurl is over Justin Hood. Radek Sedansky is looking to get this drawn closed out. He's 5-1 up on Thibault Tricol. He's against the darts, but he starts with a ton, backs it up with a 140, and he's looking to try and wrestle control this leg away from Thibault Tricol, but he only needs one more, the pole.
So we're going all the way in the Chris Quantock Devin Peterson game. Peterson has the darts in this last leg.
Yeah. Also, I asked Ryan so last week if he had some training sessions on the calendar with Gary Anderson. He said he's got some booked in for next week, for this week. You think he find the hunger? I don't think because he lost. I just think that Gary's enjoying playing again. And Sergio Krasin has completed a comeback win. Viva Italia!
Hey, it's happening. Jules Van Dongen 4-0 up. That guy is flying. Give the man his tour card. Here's a question that I don't know the answer to, and it's a ridiculous question, Philip, but you'll know the answer. When you get a tour card, do you get a physical card? Is it like a Tesco club card?
You used to, but not anymore.
Oh, that's crap then. I like the idea of them being held in wallets that can be flashed, like American police flash there, like tour card. Should be a physical card. Match darts incoming for Devin Peterson. 5-all noble leg. 2 big 140 visits back to back after a treble 41. Ooh. Devin takes it out. 80 in 2 darts. 6-5 win for the big man. Peterson just starting to get going. And is he just playing? That was a 91 average. And even that we've not seen great stuff from him this week, but he could just be playing himself into a bit of form at exactly the right moment.
Possibly, but look, I've always worried about the Devin Peterson action, that it could break at any minute. And I still think that's the case.
I think. Making sure he was wearing his fucking pointy flip-flops or whatever that shambles we saw there.
Don't you dish flip-flops. How dare you?
I'm not, hey mate, I'm not dishing. I'll have you know, see, I mean, there you go. There's a I'm currently in a sliding shoe.
So am
I
I.
just haven't. I just haven't put one side of them up on a bandsaw so I can straighten up with an hockey better.
And Radek Sagansky got the job done against Thibault Tricot. We all thought that one had the potential to go all the way, but it's 6-2 from Radek Sagansky. Really good performance from him in Europe.
I haven't put one side of them on a bandsaw.
Straighten them up. Oh, dear me. Team flip-flop today. Look at that. Grown men.
Flippity flip-flop.
Jules Van Dongen within one now. I think we've got potentially some match darts incoming. He's against the throw, but looking like he's going to nick these darts as well. Jules Van Dongen looking to serve the bagel, which would put him in an absolutely monstrous leg difference. If he gets through this leg, he'll have a plus 31 leg difference and 8 points. And you've got to feel that that's probably untouchable. Sam Cackett in your feature game on screen, just being pegged back there by Big John Henderson, who levels the game up 4-all.
Yeah, we will do, once this one's done, we'll do Cox against Osborne as feature game.
Of the year, heavy metal wins a major. He could do, you know. UK Open, I fancy him for a run at the UK Open.
I could see him winning the Masters because the fact it's sandwiched between two Premier League nights, I'm not sure the big hitters are going to give a fuck.
Yeah. No, I think something like that. I fancy him early in the year. I do. I was at Minehead and watched him when he got to the Players' Championship finals against Peter Wright, and fancy him to do a bit again at Minehead. We know the venue is
new equipment as well.
Yeah, we know the venue works quite nice for him. You know, he still gets to do the school run. It's quite a comfortable environment for him, home in his own bed every night. And I just think the UK Open could be depending on, because we also know as well, let's be honest, you can get through that tournament with a potentially very generous draw, or you can have a complete nightmare of a draw.
Yeah.
Really, but I think if the draw falls well for him, he could do really, really well. The UK Open.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw someone winning again, like kind of an outsider. Not that anyone is a massive outsider for the Masters anyway, but I mean, the last couple of years, I mean, Dobie won it last year, Cullen the year before, Clayton. We've seen King get to a final, Chisnell. So not the big hitters right at the top of the order of merit.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if that happened again.
Henderson is going to have to win 2 legs on the spin.
It's getting interesting. Marco Cantele takes an early break against Anton Östlund from Sweden. The Swede averaging 92, but still finds himself a breakdown and 2-0 behind Marco Cantele. And the Greek god John Michael up against it, as well as Patrick Giretz, 5-1 ahead, 1 leg away from sending the man from Greece home for the day.
Mike Warburton is taking the opening leg against Adam Hunt.
Yeah, Rocket, we think 6 and a good leg difference at the moment. That might go to 5 and a very good leg difference, but at the moment we think 6 and a good leg difference. Plus 17, 18, something like that.
Colin Osborne taking the opening leg, and then Lee Cox can't find a treble on his opening visit in this second one. This one could be interesting. Colin Osborne, not a player, Phil, who many, and we know he's got a lot of talent, but not a player who many were talking about as being in the mix at this stage of the week. I think, you know, we spoke to Colin a couple of weeks ago at the Live Lounge Live, and I think even he wasn't, you know, he would have been surprised, I think, probably to find himself in this position at this stage of the event, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
If he wins outright today, I'm going to order a Parmo to celebrate.
Oh. Get the Parmos in.
Certainly would be rude not to.
Not the start that Hendo needed, wanted. This has to be 2 trebles, boys, minimum. 140 is an absolute necessity. Well, I got the 40 bit right.
Oh, wow. Not the time to not find your trebles, John. So
Not
Big
enough.
John saw him play earlier this year in York on the seniors tour. Struggled for form that day as well, if I remember rightly. Struggled for treble 20s. Like he is doing here. Oh, there we go. Hey! I just need to keep saying things so the opposite happens immediately. You just wait till later on when Man City stuff Newcastle 3-0. Match
There's a
starts,
couple of players.
Kalkar. Yeah, good point. 650 watching, 70 likes. That's miles off. Sam Kalkar gets the job done. He likes it. You should like it too. 6-5 winner over John Henderson. Yeah, please do like and subscribe. Don't forget, if we hit 35,000 subscribers before the end of Q-School tomorrow, Mr. Phil Bars has got a rather impressive giveaway prize that is a match-worn Dimitri van den Berg shirt from the, what was it, Phil? Where did he wear that one?
2018 Grand Slam of Darts.
That is a money can't buy prize. So please like and subscribe. Then go around the house, grab the devices of other people in your house, mum, auntie, sister, kids. Subscribe for them as well. You might be in with a chance of a fairly nice shirt.
There's a couple of players just in these green spots today that could really consolidate their place in them automatic places. I mean, you look at the likes of James Hurdle, George Killington, Andy Bolton, Connor Scott, Leighton Bennett, Colin Osborne. They're all in and about there. Like a couple of more wins for them, and they could really put themselves in a good position.
Another one that's
Colin Osborne is 2-0 up, down to 20, with Lee Cox back on 196. He's going to have 3 darts at double 10 here, Colin Osborne, to be 3-0 up.
Darren Beveridge is going under the radar a little bit here as well.
Yeah, he really is.
Yes, it is pretty much all or nothing for Hendo tomorrow. How are you doing, Preston? Hope you are good. Welcome along, everyone.
Mike Warburton doing well as well, taking an early break, 2-0 up on Adam Hunt, average 103. Mike Warburton looking strong in the early stages of this one. Colin Osborne, I think, has now missed 9 darts for 3-0. Messed around for too long and let Lee Cox come back and break him. So now throwing Lee Cox to try and level this up. But yeah, at least 9 darts at double miss there for a 3-0 lead for Colin Osborne.
That could hurt.
Yeah, it really could, because he scored really well and created opportunities for himself, and then just couldn't get that stretched out. And a man who can get the 3-0 lead is Mike Warburton, who's now 3-0 up against Adam Hunt.
Yeah, he needs a good run today, Mike Warburton, just to put himself into contention.
have a little look back into Europe.
Hey, I haven't seen any averages yet. I've not really paid much attention because we've been on here.
I had a look earlier. There was some good performances in. Like there was. I mean, it wasn't Premier League level average. It was good. Some good stuff playing in there.
I think Mitchell averaged 101 in the first round, didn't he?
Asian tour we're on about.
Oh.
He didn't get an invite.
Yeah.
Terrible, really. Outrageous not to invite him. Marco Cantele stretching that lead against Anton Osland up to 4-1 now. Cantele quietly going about his business in Europe and giving himself a good chance as he moves through the order of merit. Keelan Kay just stretching as well.
Bennett to be in the mix? No, I didn't.
No, but he very much is, isn't he? He's very much in the mix at the minute. I mean, he's behind against Carl Wilson, 3-2 behind at the minute, but number 10 spot in the order of merit. He's green as we speak. Darren Beveridge, 2. Go on, Liam.
Sorry, I was just going to say in Europe, Jerome Mioch has a chance to beat Stefan Hendrik in Belgium. We've seen Mioch in the MODUS Super Series before. Tops here, but he's mismatched starts to beat Stefan Hendrik of Belgium 6-3.
Also, Colin Osborne was sat on 16. Lee Cox just pinned 150 to go 2-all.
Colin Osborne, it's just, he should be 4-0 up here, really. And he finds himself 2-all. The game's still on throw, but just struggling with his scoring in this early stage of this leg. George Killington 3-0 up. George Killington's looked good this week. We've seen real positives from his game. Carl Wilson stretches that lead over Leighton Bennett. 4-2, Carl Wilson is leading that one now. Easy to forget about that top 64 game. That's the last top 64 game in the UK. James Hurrell and Justin Hood on that horrible board 16. 5-4. James Hurrell 1 leg away in that one.
Yeah, but Hurrell was 4-1 up and cruising. This one's got a bit of a dogfight.
Not giving up, is he? Not giving up at all. You know what I haven't done? Anyone know what the early footy score was?
1-0 Chelsea.
Chelsea win.
Palmer penalty.
Perfect. That's all right then. It keeps me happy going. Broke the card. I broke the golden rule today as well. Broke the golden rule.
Oh, you didn't, did you?
Back the early game, mate. Yeah. I mean, I got away with it. I've just had a check there. And I've got away with it, but I have broke my own golden rule today.
I'll tell you one thing, Keelan Kay is absolutely flying against Kyle Fan Lung. He's 5-1 up now.
Oh. Lee Cox. How is Lee Cox ahead in this match?
Either there's an issue in Europe or one of these players have gone walkabout. Because I've been waiting for like 15 minutes to put Ben Robb's game up in the last 32 and it's just been sat warming up for ages.
Odd. Very odd. James Hurrell comes through that game, which puts him solidly into that third position on the order of merit on 6 points with a plus 29 leg difference. James Hurrell is absolutely in a golden position there.
And the next match up for Hurrell is against Andy Bolton as well. Andy Bolton. So you suspect that I mean, Bolton could get to 6 points. If Hurl gets to 7, he's done.
Top 3 in the UK have
Third
done, in my
plays
opinion.
6th. Third plays 6th in the order of merit next.
I think in the UK, the top 3 are done regardless of whether they win cards now. +6 and +29, +7, +19, they're good. That's done.
The risk is that they're still in. Well, Hurl's still in. If he takes a pace in, if Andy Bolton beats him 6-1 and he loses a chunk of his leg difference, he should still be enough. But
see, Andy
there's
Bolton needs a lot of
people-
legs on the board as well. So he might need 2 more wins because he's only on +5. No, he might.
That's
Yeah,
it. And there's a
might
lot
need-
of people can get to 5 and 6 points today. A lot of people. Killington 4-0 up now, and George Killington, he's averaging 107 at 4-0 up. And George Killington, he is in 4th spot, but you know, he comes through this. If he can win the next 2 legs, he's going to find himself on 6 points with a mid-20s leg difference as well. We might have to start having a recalculate, you know.
Now, lads,
We might
I
have
am
to
going
have a
to
little
have
count up.
to shoot off, so I'm going to leave you all to it. But best of luck, and it was
No
a pleasure
problems,
being
buddy.
on as always.
Thanks for coming on, buddy.
Cheers, lads.
See you, mate.
Take care.
Take care.
Bye.
Lee Cox has won 4 legs in a row against Colin Osborne, and it goes back to leg 3 when Osborne missed 6 for 3-0. Dan.
Yeah, it's just slipped away from him after that, hasn't it? And this is you've got to think this is a really important leg. It's a Colin Osborne on throw, and he's just managing to keep his nose ahead in this one. If he finds a couple of trebles here, he's in the driving seat for the leg. But if he lets this leg slip, then he's probably let his opportunity fall down today. This would be spectacular if this goes 170. Lee Cox just wrestling the momentum away now. Has Carl Wilson just hit a 9 data? Does anybody have that on?
Who? James Wilson.
There's 2 Wilsons playing at once. Did one of them hit one?
James
One on
Wilson.
board 8 and board 15. James Wilson hit one. There's 2 Wilsons playing at the same time.
James Wilson didn't. Or if either that or Darts Connect hadn't updated it.
A couple of results in that top 32 in the UK. 3 players now through the last 16. Keelan K 6-2 win over Kai Fan Long. Kieran Bridgewater 6-2 win over Peter Mitchell, and Rhys Griffin 6-1 winner over Thomas Lovely.
Yeah,
puts
it's now
Rhys
updated.
Griffin.
James Wilson did.
Good on him. Marvellous stuff. Rhys Griffin is now 1 spot outside of the colours, number 13 spot, and still in 3 points with a plus 21 leg difference. Rhys Griffin giving himself a really good chance as Joshua Richardson beats Connor Scott 6-2. That's a big victory, that, for Josh Wilkinson. Connor Scott had a really good day, but finishes the day with more to do because he's on 4 points with a plus 16 leg difference. That won't be enough for Connor Scott, and he's going to have to come and probably make at least the round of 16 tomorrow to make sure he gets in.
Yeah, no, Alex Spellman is out. No, in the UK there are PDPA markers, and I think in Germany as well.
We are underway in the round of 16 in Europe. Damian Moll and Patrick Girards are playing for a spot in the top 8. Darius Labanauskas and Alexander Matic go to a noble leg, 5-all in that one.
Whoa.
Sergio Krasen, 3-all.
I need to go and watch YouTube and rewind that. That was either a scoring error or Lee Cox's. Wait a minute, I need to.
Not good. Colin Osborne plays his way back to 4-all. And then opens with a 33. Lee Cox responding with a 180.
Right, so, Dan, Lee Cox has 50 left. And he scores 25. To leave 25.
That's unusual.
He's either had a couple of horrific bounce outs or
he's missed, or he's just missed a big number ridiculously. But it's a very strange one, that.
Yeah. Leighton, is he 17, maybe 18? I'm not sure. Somewhere around there. James Beaton has beaten James Wilson, the 9-dart hero.
I'll tell you what is surprising, that William Borland has managed to go out first round today and he's still sat on top of the Order of Merit. That's impressive. It also shows that the UK is an absolute car crash in that its other results are all over the place across the week.
Yeah, of course you can. Shout out on 65th birthday. Hope you're in hospital, but I hope you're doing well. To Louise Simkiss, happy birthday from us.
Happy birthday.
Lee Cox is back in front. There's a couple of
just getting my couple of games refilled there
that are both 5-4 at the moment. Results could be huge for Beveridge and Cox.
Yeah, Colin Osborne has just the first visit these last few legs. He opened the last leg with a 33. He's opened this leg with a 43. He's given himself so much to do because he's just not able to find the treble early in these legs. And that's been the story for quite a few players today. Can't find that scoring early in the visit. Thomas Cromwell and Darren Beveridge go to a noble leg. Cromwell levels it up to force one, but is now on throw. Another noble leg. Darren Webster Jonathan Kavanagh. James Huthwaite just edging ahead of Devon Peterson, 4-3 up here, but Peterson on throw, 100 points ahead after 3 visits.
So Ben Robb's having a mare here.
Ooh. Thomas Cromwell throwing for the match in a noble leg. His first 2 visits of 140 and 121.
3 games now, 5-4, and all huge. Warburton, Hunt, Beveridge, Cromwell, Osborne, Cox.
Another massive visit from Cromwell. Gets him to 65 with Beveridge back on 260. Mind you, Beveridge hit to 180. Perfect timing. Gets him to 80. So Thomas Cromwell will get the first go at it. 65, plays 80. Cromwell takes it out. 65 goes, and Thomas Cromwell moves through as a 6-5 winner. Colin Osborne lost against Lee Cox. That one really, really strange game. Lots of opportunities there for Osborne that he couldn't take advantage of. James Hurrell averaging 111. The man in number 3 spot on the UK order of merit. 2-0 up on Andy Bolton, breaks early as George Killington is successful in booking his slot in the last 16. He's a 6-2 winner over Jacob Quinn.
And Lee Cox moves into the green with that victory.
Does, and that top end, that George Killington now 6 points, 23 plus leg difference. He's just pulling himself a little bit too far away to be caught, isn't he? Business end here now, Devon Peterson, 171. He's going to have to be a big score to set something up. Huthwaite on 96, so Peterson might not even get a go at wherever he sets up. It's a big score from Peterson, leaves 66. So Huthwaite comes for 96. To hold his throw and go within 1 leg. He can't do it. Only 24 scored. I'm not sure what he's done that. Peterson comes for 66 to break, give himself the opportunity to throw for the match.
Mike Warburton has just beaten Adam Hunt 6-4.
Well, it goes. Devon Peterson gets that done. It goes in 3 darts, but he takes the 66 out. 5-4 ahead, Devon Peterson now with the darts in hand. Could he? Could Devon Peterson win it to a card outright? James Hurrell looking really solid here. 3-0 up now on Andy Bolton. That leg difference is now in the 30s. 6 points. Jim McEwen's been in some battles, hasn't he?
Yeah.
On throw this game, Sam Cackett just managing to hold his throw. Jim McEwen was waiting on a 1 dart double if he got back to the hockey, but Cackett just held his nerve there to get to 3-2 ahead. Sergio Krasen misses match darts and now is involved in a noble leg against the throw. Sergio Krasen can only throw 40 on his opening visit, while Keskinakis, are we having that? finds a 140, backed up by a ton. Sergio Crossan with visits of 40, followed by 42. He's an absolute country mile behind here, Sergio Crossan, having missed match starts and being dragged into a noble leg.
Hope by Puhau has beaten Marivan and Bohada. Just let that update on darts rankings. Andy Barton's is making a huge move today. And he needed it as well.
I was going to say, he hasn't got much choice but to, has he really? He's got to go for it.
Yeah. Should we go for a bit of Van Donnen?
Oh, yes, let's do that. That sounds fun. That does sound fun. Right. Double leg, Devon Peterson, James Huthwaite. Devon Peterson, ton. Huthwaite only the 60 in his second visit after a ton himself. So, Huthwaite on throw, but Peterson making strides into it. Another ton from Devon Peterson. Ton. Come on, Dev. Oh, but Huthwaite finds a 180, gets himself down to 64. These tons from Devon Peterson might not be enough. 60. Devon Peterson's missed match starts in the leg before this, and now that huge 180 from James Huthwaite. He survived match starts, Huthwaite. He's pinching the darts. He's dragging the darts off Devon Peterson. He's missed tops. He's come inside. He's left 20. Peterson back on 141. You expect Huthwaite to come back and get 3 match starts here. Peterson gets 100, down to 41. So pressure on the 20 now of Huthwaite. But he's got 3 darts.
Hope Puhau will be on tour next year. I know he's still in.
Huthwaite
7
misses.
points. He's there.
Huthwaite misses 3 more match starts. Devon Peterson comes back for 41. He's going to get more. Both players have missed multiple match starts now. How is your nerve, Devon Peterson? He's missed more match starts. I think that's 6 each they've missed now.
Ouch.
No, Huthwaite's missed 4. 10 match starts between them missed.
Starting to motor. He was 4-0 down. He's back to within 1.
Huthwaite crushes the dreams of the African warrior. 6-5. James Huthwaite wins. There were 11 missed match starts between the two of them before Huthwaite finally got over the line in that one. Jim McEwen making a move here on the Sam Kankert throw. It's 3-all in this one, but visits of 135, a ton and a ton, have got Jim McEwen down to 136 with Kankert back on 219.
Also,
only 39 from Kankert gets to 180. Jim McEwen's going to get 6 starts from 136 to break.
Radek Zadansky needed to make a move, and he is making his move into the green.
He is. That's him up to 8th now, 4 points on a plus 21 leg difference. And he is 1 leg away from 5 points and looking considerably more comfortable. Jules Van Dongen behind for what I think is the first time today. 3-2 behind.
I'm playing devil's advocate here. Let's say Jules Van Dongen and Hopai Puhau don't win card, or one of them don't win today. They're both on the order of merit. Do you play tomorrow?
8 points plus 31. I wouldn't be worried about I don't think I'd be worried about the leg difference at 8 points. I think if I was Van Dongen, I wouldn't care. I'd play if I fancied it. If it wasn't going to cost me any more money. If I'd already paid for my hotel, if I was already, like, I wouldn't worry. Hopai Puha, I think he'd have to think really carefully because, like, if they finish where he is now, plus 19 is not a particularly strong leg difference. And if you get that hurt, it could become a weak leg difference.
I don't see 9 players getting to 7 points though, and overtaking him.
No, there's still a lot. See what happens in an hour. See how many. It's hard to see in it where people are going to get to.
It changes.
But you're right. If you look at those sat on 6, 1, 2, 3. You got 3 players on 6. 2 of them are out. You got 2 players on 5. They're both out. 50% of the players on 4 are out. You got 7 players on 4, and they're all and 4 of them are out.
Sedlak is 4-2 up on Van Dongen.
Oh, a nice leg from Jim McEwen. Jim McEwen 5-3 up now. He's only 1 away. And Jim McEwen has quietly gone about a run to the upper end. He's still only on 2 points. He would still need another couple of wins, even just to get himself in something with a bit of colour on it today. But Jim does have the game, doesn't he?
Yeah. All right, Dan, I'll put it another way. Say at the end of today, players are in dark green. Do you play?
No. I wouldn't. I'd be home with the kids. Like I am now, spending quality time with them.
I was asking it. If you're in dark green, do you play?
No, I don't think it's pointless, isn't it? And I don't know if you should. I don't know if it's a really interesting question because, like, if you're in dark green, you've won a tour card. Like, Jelle Klassen's not playing today, and why would he? Because he's got a tour card, hasn't he? As soon as you're in dark green, you've won a tour card. You've got it. It's done.
But I get that, but do you not have a right or a responsibility, perhaps, to try and win one outright?
I don't know. You've won it, haven't you? I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I'm just asking the questions.
Yeah, I just think once you're in dark green, you've won it and you're done. I'd just move them into the list of people who've won a tour card because they have.
The only reason I say that is because obviously it has consequences because of that yellow spot that.
Yeah, if you then go and win, so if Jules Van Dongen plays tomorrow and wins it outright, but there are still only the same number of tour cards being awarded, aren't they?
Oh yeah. It's the same number.
Yeah, see, I'd have to be forced to play, I think, if I was in dark green. Someone would have to tell me that. If someone would have to put rules in where it was going to have a negative effect on me personally or professionally if I didn't do it, because I just think I wouldn't bother.
Yeah.
Sam Kankert gets one back against Jim McEwen, but that was just a hold of throw. So Jim McEwen now throwing for the match, 5-4 up, opens with a 96. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Is that like the PDC, and I think Tam's probably right. The PDC doesn't recognise darts rankings as the official system for awarding a tour card, does it? So,
Well,
as far as they're
all I'll say
concerned,
is-
you haven't won your tour card until
all
someone
I'll
puts it in
say
your hand,
is,
even though they don't. It's not physical anymore.
in media rooms, the PDC use darts rankings quite a lot.
I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. Everybody does, don't they? It's a marvelous
Yeah.
website. It's a marvelous system.
Yeah.
And the folks behind it, they honestly, I hope they realise what a positive impact they are. There's a game swinging in the balance as Jim McEwen, Sam Kalkar finds a max 180, and Jim McEwen responds to that 180 with a 9. And that's not a 9 darter, that is a score of 9.
Interested in the EU, Ben Robb was 4-0 and 5-3 behind. He's now 5-all. Here's Big Rig using up one of his 9 lives. Whoa, what a time to hit a 180. Not from Angelo. I agree, Damon. I've never heard of him either.
Who's that? Who have we not heard of?
Patrick, he's on my comments have just moved. Andy Hamilton is there tomorrow, yes. Scott Water said, I think I would play if I was in dark green. Nice.
James Hurrell, 6-3 victory over Andy Bolton. That puts him on to 7 points. It puts him, actually, James Hurrell, at the very, very top of the UK Order of Merit. He is riding very high at the minute.
Ben Robb is out. An outstanding last leg from Angelo Bump. Yeah, him. It just disappeared off my screen. So, yeah, Hamilton's definitely playing tomorrow. Phil, would I like to see Liam Mandel Lawrence on tour? No. And that's not because he's a bad player, by the way, because he can play. He's got ability. I just don't like slow players.
Yeah, it's just harder to watch, isn't it? It's just not as fun, not as box office. Sam Kalkar pegs Jim McEwen back. Jim McEwen an absolute nightmare leg, which allowed with Sam Kalkar finding himself a big score in the middle of it, and he's just managed to get himself into with a chance of a noble leg. And they're matching each other blow for blow. Jim McEwen, come on, mate.
Is out. Sedlak has beaten him.
Ooh. Oh, Jim McEwen, that's massive. 180. 180 from Jim McEwen gets himself down to 97 after 9. Sam Kalkar on throw, it's a 140, and he's down to 104 after 12. Jim McEwen will get the first go here at 97 for the match. If he doesn't take it, Sam Kalkar comes back for 104 for the match. Jim McEwen leaves tops. He scores 57. So Sam Kalkar's got 104 for the match, or he lets Jim McEwen come back with 3 darts at 40. Jim McEwen gets that chance. He only needs 1 dart to do it. And Jim McEwen is a 6-5 winner over Sam Kalkar. Jim McEwen confirms himself a spot in the top 16. Interesting, as we are now
a piece.
We're underway in the top 16 in the UK now as well as Keelan Kate and Kieran Bridgewater get things going, but we are making much quicker progress. Top 16 in Europe. In America, I nearly said there. One day, Phil, one day. I reckon it's 15 years away.
Are you and Pipe mortal enemies? Like, look, and I've said this before, that there are plenty of slow players that are fabulous. Jim McEwen is a prime example. Jim is slow, but he's a fabulous player. Do I enjoy watching slow players play? I just don't. It's the same as football. As a neutral, at the moment, would you, as a fan, Dan, if there was a game on and it was Tottenham, would you watch them because of the way they play?
Yes. Yeah. No, there are. It's like in most sports, and I think that, darts is one. There are styles of play in all sports. There are styles of play that teams have in football. There are styles of play that players have in snooker and other, all sorts of sports that make it more entertaining, that make it worthwhile. There are boxers who are more watchable than other boxers because of the style that they choose to fight, and they sell more tickets. And people, and darts is, as much as people maybe don't understand it until you've watched a lot of it, there are darts players that can throw exactly the same scores, but they are more entertaining than other darts players throwing the same scores. They're easier to watch. They're more fun to watch. It creates more action and tension on the stage.
100%, and that's not saying that they're not good players, but would you rather?
No, absolutely not.
Would you rather watch MVG and Gary Anderson average 104 against each other, or would you rather watch Liam Mandel Lawrence against Mensur Suljovic averaging 104 against each other?
Exactly. Keelan Kay wins the first leg of the top 16 in the UK. Andy Barton's just edging himself ahead again, 3-2 on Alexander Mask. So a quick look to see how things have changed around a little bit.
I thought Keelan Kay's having a really good Q-School. Really good.
Yes. He very much is. Let's have a look. But he's still only on 2 points. So he's still got an awful lot of work to do. Darren Webster, is level on points. There's a huge stretch of points, or people on 4 points that stretch from 8th to 16th. That's all just on leg difference. But Darren Webster still in today with an opportunity of getting deep into the green.
Leighton Bennett 1 up.
Andy Barton gets a break of throw, 4-2 ahead now. That game, and this could be the day for Andy Barton, couldn't it? Very much could be the day.
Keelan Kay 2-0 to the good. I say someone kicked Andy Barton's in the shins on the way to the venue this morning.
He's woken up, hasn't he?
Yeah, this is the beast that we've been waiting to see.
He has definitely woken up. Mario Cantella with it all to do. He's 4 legs behind. He's being beat 4-0 by Dominic Grulich.
Right. You see, Hopai Puhal is playing Angelo Balsamo. That doesn't sound very Dutch, does it? It sounds more Italian.
It does a little bit, doesn't it? Sounds like something I'd dress a salad with.
Thomas Cromwell, 1-0 up. Your mate?
He certainly is. I tell you what, Thomas Cromwell is having an unbelievably good day today. He's come from nowhere in the order of merits in terms of this morning. He did not look like he would be running deep today, but he's playing his way into an outside chance, isn't he? He's up on 2 points at the minute. If he wins another game, he's a point off the green.
Craig,
Andy Barton's now 5-2.
You're either on about Brian Roman or Mario van den Belharder. Lee Cox 2-0 down.
That's not a good start, is it? Rhys Griffin, again, putting himself into a really solid position. He's 1 point. If he comes through this game, he's going to be well into the green as well. In fact,
Lee Cox loses here. He drops out on.
Yeah, Rhys Griffin. I was going to say Rhys Griffin here. If he wins, he will take Lee Cox's space in that green. He will move into the green and he will move Lee Cox out. James Huthwaite picking up an early break over Darren Webster, going 2-0 up. Dominic Gruelich absolutely motoring ahead here. 5-0 up on Marco Cantele. Cantele, who needed a big, big run. It's looking like today will be coming to an end. Yeah, Kieran Bridgewater just levelling up against Keelan Kate as well. 2-2 then. The Desmond in that game.
Scott Winder 2-1 up on Leighton Bennett. The Beast has missed match darts. Will he get some more?
You would think so from 5-3, wouldn't you?
You would like to think so, yeah.
The way he's currently playing. But it's been a funny old Q-School. So who knows, as James Beaton takes the first leg against James Hurrell. Lots of Jameses today. Loads of Jameses at Q-School, it seems. Love Warby to get a card, Ricky. Well, to be honest, that's something that we very much might see because he's having a good day. Going to have to go all the way though, Mike Warburton. He's only on 2 points. He's not like some of the other players left in, a Killington and Leighton Bennett, who are in solid positions in that order of merit. He's going to have to go on a very deep run, probably, well, at least to a final.
Holly Cox has missed the ball for a 1-3-5.
Oh, Millwall are beating Middlesbrough. That's funny. Mike Warburton does, though, take the opening leg in his quest to move from 2 points. As Darren Webster levels up, he was 2-0 down to James Huthwaite, and he's levelled that game up at 2 apiece. There's a Desmond. And it looks like Andy Bartons is going to get more match starts there. He's going to come back at least 3 darts from 80. He's probably going to get, he will get 6 darts from 80, even with that ton 40. So Andy Bartons, 3 darts to get yourself into the last 8. And he takes them out. Andy Bartons continues on his quest for a tour card. Takes him up to 3 points. And his leg difference, that does move him into the bottom yellow spot. So he is now in the mix for a tour card. He's gone from being nowhere near, and now he's in the mix. Even if he doesn't win outright today, Andy Bartons has put himself into that order of merit shuffle.
Well, he had to, didn't he? The first 2 days, look, he had some stinkers of draws, but a player of Barton's caliber, the results weren't good enough.
No, but and what he's going to be hoping for here, because he's going to be right on the cusp of that, is he's going to be hoping that if he doesn't come through today, that somebody like a Mario van den Bohara or a Patrick Geraerts or a Halpai Puha is going to come through and win, get that automatic slot and move that green 1 place further down the order of merit.
Yeah.
You have to just bear with me a minute. I'm going to run for a quick comfort break.
Now look at the draw bracket. So Radek Sadansky underway in the quarterfinals. So James Beaton 2-1 up on James Hurrell. Brett Clayton 1-0 up on Jim McEwen. Thomas Cromwell 2 apiece with George Killington. Darren Webster 3-2 up on James Huthwaite. Joshua Richardson, Mike Warburton level 1 apiece. Lee Cox trails Reese Griffin 3-2. Keelan Kay, Kieran Bridgewater 3 apiece, as is Leighton Bennett and Scott Winder in the UK. Yeah, we'll go high pie.
There we go.
He's back.
I'm back. Just needed to run to the loo. Right, what's going on? Anything exciting?
Well, I'm just looking at.
Oh, quarterfinals underway in Europe. They're not messing about, are they? We've just got started in the top 16 games. Some of them. Halpai Puha is only a leg in, and we're playing the quarterfinals as well.
I'll tell you,
not hanging about one bit.
Let's see if Reese Griffin pins this 56 first. He does. big moments. He's 4-2 up, but the last two legs on the Griffin throw, Lee Cox has had 2 darts in each of them to break back, and he hasn't taken them. You staying up to watch the boxing tonight?
I don't think. What time's it on? Is it Canada, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's going to be late. No, I'll end up watching. I'll have to watch it tomorrow. I normally would, but I can't turn it around. I'm getting too old now, mate. I can't turn it around and then get back up. And to be fair, I've spent my day doing this today and left Anna with 3 kids. So if I stay up silly late tonight, watch the boxing, sleep in all morning, it's probably not going to make for a happy day. I'll watch it when what I'll do is I'll keep off the socials and watch it when I wake up.
Yeah, Mrs. Simpson will not be happy.
No, she won't be. No, she won't.
Yeah, it's scheduled for around 3 a.m.
Yeah, too late for me, that one. To be fair, I'll be better off at my stage of life. I'll be better off with getting up for it. We're going to bed early. I've gone past the point where I stay up for those. 3 o'clock in the morning is 3 o'clock in the morning is now an early get up rather than a staying up late for me. Just seem to be lagging a bit, some of these games. Not making... Oh, Thomas Cromwell's just took out 106 with George Killington on 20 for a break of throw and a 4-2 lead. That's a huge check out, that, in that situation. He's now back on throw at 4-2 up.
Over the last 4 or 5 legs, Lee Cox has been the better player. He'll be scratching his head how he's still behind in this game.
Roderick Sedansky takes an early break in his quarterfinal. 2-0 up he is now. Again, playing for 6 points if he wins this. And there's just a few of them that will start to feel the pressure lift a little bit at that top end, isn't there? The top end of the order of merit. The pressure is not lifting for some others, though. Tomorrow's going to be completely bonkers, isn't it?
Oh, tomorrow's going to be absolute carnage.
How exciting. Leighton Bennett, big leg, 5-3. That was a break of throw for Leighton Bennett. So he's now got the darts in hand and throwing for the match, 5-3 up. He's got legs to spare. The young man could be playing his way into a tour card position. Leighton Bennett is currently 6th on the order of merit, 5 points with a plus 15 leg difference. If he can get through this leg successfully, he opens with a 140 on throw. Winder can only find a score of 23. He's gone to the Dan Simpson School of Darting Excellence.
And again, this is what I was on about. Lee Cox has done it again. Missed starts. And I'm sure Reece Griffin will punish him, as he has done.
5-2. Go on, mate, sorry.
Again, Cox misses, Griffin punishes.
Thomas Cromwell, 5-2 up on George Killington. George Killington is currently 6 points, plus 23. That plus 23 is taking a bit of a clip, and it's been shaved down at the minute in this game against Thomas Cromwell. George Killington might be exactly on the point that proves to be like a leg or two in the cutoff. and then every leg counts for him at the minute, but throwing to try and stay in this game. George Killington opens with a 23. Thomas Cromwell comes to the jockey second and starts off with a max. Immediately takes the darts away from George Killington. Killington still can't find a treble after 2 visits. Cromwell in the driving seat, but a 180 from George Killington. This is mad. Backwards and forwards, this one is swinging, but Thomas Cromwell 5-2 up and will get multiple opportunities to throw for the match.
Leighton Bennett is into the quarterfinals. Reese Griffin has 96 to book his place in the quarterfinals, and does. Rode his luck, but he won't care about that. And that bumps everyone down one.
Certainly does, and it puts the likes of Connor Scott, Justin Hoods, Colin Osborne right out of the conversation for the time being. They are now all going to have a big day tomorrow. Killington gets a leg back.
Yeah, Mike Warburton's throw is under the cosh here.
Roddick Sedansky now 3-0 up in his quarterfinal.
Warby has been broken 4-2 Richardson. Sedansky is motoring. So before this game, Sedansky was 5 points plus 28. He could go to 6 points and an absolutely huge leg difference.
Hard to see him not getting a card from there, isn't it? Oh, Phil, something's happened.
It is. Jules Van Dongen has officially gone dark green. He cannot be caught.
No, the first dark green player. And the questions that were asked time and time again in the run-up to Q-School about would we see a North American win a tour card this year have been answered. And we do have a North American tour card holder from Q-School in 2024.
Also, that would mean a win for Hopai Puhau would put him dark green as well.
Certainly would. Andy Bartons takes a break of throw against Paul Crone, 2-0 up. Andy Bartons in the quarterfinal, and we talked early in the day about Andy Bartons in that could this be the day that he does start tearing things up and goes on a run? He finds himself currently in that yellow number 15 spot with an early break in this game. If he wins it, he'll get himself up to, I think, number 9 in the rankings. I think he's going to be a lot of people's pick for a card from here, won't he?
Yeah. Sedansky,
Thomas Cromwell. Victorious Thomas Cromwell. 6-3 win over George Killington. I tell you what, if with that situation, oh no, See, we might not see a dark green in the UK just yet because James Beaton's 5-2 ahead of James Hurrell. Will keep James Hurrell on 7 points. And whilst his leg difference is monstrous, it will shave a little bit off. And the leg difference isn't going to contribute to that dark green. I think if Hurrell had got up to 8 points, he could have turned, but I'm not sure he will now, as Brett Clayton is a 6-1 winner over Jim McEwen. And the Scotsman's going to have to come again tomorrow if he wants to get a tour card. But 103 average there from Brett Clayton. We've seen some really, really nice stuff from him this week. And he's one who's come from pretty much nowhere coming into the day. He only had 1 point on the board at the start of the day, and he's played himself into a coloured slot on the order of merit. Brett Clayton now at number 12 on 4 points with a plus 17 leg difference. Does that mean we're going to see the USA in the World Cup this year?
It will. It will
That's
be
cool,
George
isn't it?
Van Dogen playing with one other, potentially Danny Lauby, because he is still in a green spot at the moment and could be on tour as well.
And Danny Lauby will stay in that green slot today, potentially if Thomas Cromwell and Kieran Bridgewater don't go deeper into this tournament.
James Beaton has beaten James Hurrell. That's a little bit of a surprise, to be fair.
It is with where James Hurrell is at the top of the order of merit, and that was probably a game that could have turned him dark green. And I don't think we'll see a dark green in Great Britain today unless if Leighton Bennett makes the final, he might go dark green today. If he makes the final.
No, Matt, tomorrow is the last day.
Paul Crone just pegged back Andy Bartons. Andy Bartons came out very quickly. 2-0 ahead, but now we have a Desmond over in Europe on board number 1. Paul Crone wins 2 on the spin to tie that up 2-2.
Andy Bartons raced into a lead, but he's been pinned back. Joshua Richardson has beaten Mike Warburton. Warby's day is done. He's had a good day, but he's going to have another one tomorrow. Only 2 points. He started with 0. With those results, Danny Lauby is now down to 10th. A win for Brett Clayton would take him out of the green. Rhys Griffin's run today has put him up.
Got one board in Britain just lagging behind, haven't we? Have we not? Oh no, we're good. We're good. It's done. Finally. It's Europe. That's where we've got a board. There's still that top 16 game. Haupai Puha with match darts in hand now. If Balsamore can't get rid of 97, that is. 97 for Balsamore. He can't. So 3 darts at double 16 for Haupai Puha for the match. He's had a really, really good couple of days, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Really impressive stuff. And he does 6-1. Puha wins.
I think once that refreshes,
Everyone's hitting refresh now, aren't they? Refresh. No one from in the greens winning outright tomorrow, are they? It's going to be someone from outside.
Is dark green.
Woo, he is, yes. So at the minute, where things stand now in Europe, 8 is the magic number. 8 gets you in. 8 guarantees you a spot in Europe. That will come down, that will reduce. But right now, if you want to be 100% certain of your PDC Tour card, 8 is the magic number. And there's nobody left in today's tournament who can get to 8. Radek Selansky will get to 7 if he makes the final. That final 8 in the UK is a really interesting mix, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I'm not so sure that too many people would have picked that 8 this morning. There'll be people who claim they did, but I don't believe them. Andy Barton's just having to work harder for this. 3-3 now at the minute with Paul Croner. Have a quick check in. How can that have happened? How strange. Right, Andy Barton's 2 away now, 4-3 up. We are consolidating, it seems, in the UK. Just having that little break before we get into the final stages of today's event. 8 players left in the quarterfinals. We haven't had that little break and rest in the EU. They've hammered through already 1 quarterfinal done and dusted. 2 are underway and 1 still to get started.
Yes.
Oh, correct, John. Darren Webster is hoping that Thomas Cromwell has a bigger disaster than when he identified Anne of Cleves as a potential wife for Henry VIII. That's the sort of Thomas Cromwell disaster Webster's hoping for. Oh, Barton's another important break there to go within 1. Yeah, correct. Chris Landman, he got to the final on day 1, and then he hasn't picked up a point since then. And that has left him, whilst he is still in the green, he is not at all comfortable. And if he goes out early tomorrow, he will be a very nervous man through the course of the afternoon. Because making a final is not making a final, we don't think will be enough if you don't pick up any more points.
Well, look at Chris Landman. He's stranded on 5 points in no man's land.
That's it. That was the question in the chat room as to Chris Landman winning and then not picking any point. Getting to the final and not picking any points up. But yeah, he could finish. I mean, the likelihood is he's going to finish today still in the green. But if he does, he's going to be right on the bottom end of it. And if he doesn't pick up any points tomorrow, he's properly up against it. Yeah, Barton's got sick of losing. I think he did. He certainly had his Weetabix this morning, and he is up for it today, doing bits. And he is there. We have it. Andy Barton's 6-3 winner in the quarterfinals. He sets up a semi-final. Oh, hang on. Just need to make sure that it did it. You know, this screen did this exact same thing the other day, where it tries to power off because I haven't used it or pressed anything, and the bloody remote isn't working. Come on, please, thank you. Right, and what does that do to the order of merit then? There's
Quite
Andy
nice,
Barton's now.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm all right. I'd just like to point out it was not magic. It was always planned that I was meant to be here at this time. Thanks.
Hiya.
Hello, Daniel.
You all right?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm very good, mate. Very good indeed. I'm prolonging what I know is an inevitable, miserable back end to my afternoon when I have to watch Newcastle play against Man City. So at the minute, I'm feeling great. And I've tried to focus everything on enjoying every moment of the afternoon so far, because I think it's going to be on a downhill slope from here.
I can't lie, mate. By contrast, we're having a decent little January. Our key players are out injured or travelling elsewhere, but we're already up in the Cup semi-final. We've got Bournemouth in the league, which is already league game of the month, and another 2 Cup games against Fulham and Bristol City or Norwich. Yeah, thanks, boys.
That bleeds.
If you're going to have injuries and players away on international duty, do it now.
Have you been following?
You've missed some.
I've had you on in the background.
Andy Barton's has been sensational.
Well, he is that good anyway. That's.
He's up to 9th now.
By the way, Dominic Grulich was one of my picks before Q-School. That kid can play.
Well, he's up against it at the minute because he's 4-1 down. So he's at the minute he's looking like the quarter-final could be the ceiling for him today, and he remains outside of the coloured spots on the order of merit. So if he does slip out here, 4-1 behind, it's looking likely. He's going to need a run tomorrow. He's 5-1 behind now. So he is going to need to pick up a few points tomorrow if he's going to get any further.
That may be the case, but you just ruined my moment.
Sorry, mate. Are you going to? I'm dropping off in a few minutes, Gob. You're going to have to take over Thomas Cromwell facts. I hope you've been researching.
Okay. Wasn't he actually called Oliver Cromwell?
No, that's a completely different bloke. Yeah.
He was the Lord Protector, wasn't he?
Well, there were just 2 people with the surname Thompson. Just 2 people with the surname Cromwell. It's similarly to that me and Homer are well, I suppose there's a lot of similarities, but like in bad example, I suppose that me and Homer Simpson.
What was Thomas Cromwell? Was he an author?
How about Puha? 56 for a hold of throw to level up. Oh, can't do it. There's an opportunity, Stefan. There is an opportunity, and you might not get too many of them. I wonder if Haupai Puha knows that he's in dark green. I wonder if he was refreshing before the match started.
What hero?
Tell you what, we're just underway in the UK now. Darren Webster and Thomas Cromwell have got started. That's the longest break in play we've had, I think, in the whole week, isn't it? That little quiet spell we've had in Britain there.
Yeah.
Right. I know Q-School's about the players and not us.
Is it? Who said that?
It is, technically. Yeah, all right, we'll let him have it. Do you not get a little bit uninspired at times during stage 2? When players that have had cards for a significant amount of time and not done anything with them are then close to returning again, and they're at that level where they're too good to not have a card, but not good enough to do anything with it.
So the likening I've made throughout the day today is the Patrick Bamford analogy. Patrick Bamford is too good for the Championship and he's not good enough for the Premier League. And there are multiple Patrick Bamfords in this pool of players today.
Mitrovic, Timu Pukki, Patrick Bamford.
Yeah.
Correct. There's a bunch of them as well. There's a bunch of inversions.
Yeah. Sagansky deserves to be back on tour. He's very unlucky. There was one point last year where he was the most informed Polish player in the world. He just left it too late. I think he settled all right. He had that issue for the first 12 months where players just don't settle early enough, and now he's settled and done all right. But look, lovely bloke, been around a long, long time. But what does Darren Webster offer the Pro Tour these days?
No, I agree.
Yeah, and we've seen it before, haven't we, where we've seen people come through and we've seen people actually win tour cards outright. They've had like one amazing day and everyone's had a bit of an eye roll at the end of it thinking like, oh, for God's sake. You know, like that. It's like that's going to be what we're watching for the next couple of years. But it's difficult. As I say, we talked about it. Do you just expand the amount of cards that go to the Challenge Tour? That potentially makes it a bit, that you're giving more of the informed players a run at it. But realistically, you still need that element of bonkers lottery, don't you? Everyone loves it.
Yeah.
How Pai Puha seems like once he's got the news of his dark green status, it's gone to he's 3-0 behind. That's a scrappy opening leg. Darren Webster and Thomas Cromwell. Webster picks the leg up 1-0, but both averaging 62. It's not gone to plan, has it?
Not so far. Opening legs on the board in all of the quarterfinals, and they all go to the players on the left-hand side. Reece Griffin, Darren Webster, Brett Claydon, Kieran Bridgewater. I mean, Brett Claydon's another one.
Yeah.
Right, folks. I'm afraid that's me for the day. I'm going off.
I'm off shortly as well. Gob's holding the fort for the last hour or whatever it is.
Oh, well done, mate. I shall tune in if I get the opportunity. And with a bit of luck, cross my fingers, I shall be on for a bit tomorrow with you all. I'll catch up with you tomorrow. Thanks for your
No worries, buddy.
Bye,
see you all later.
Bye.
Yeah, harsh on Mitrovic, to be fair. He was decent, but he also scored a bag full of penalties, didn't he? So we'll give him that. Yeah, like, I'm not calling out any player. Like, it's their livelihood and their career, and they're going to go up and try and make an earning from it. But I'm looking at players that have been there multiple times that I don't see having enough to break top 64s consistently and challenge or kick on to the next level of the game because they've been doing it for so long. Look, Darren Webster had that burst, but can he still do it at his age with the amount of setbacks he's had? I don't think so. Would he be more suited to a crack at MODUS exhibitions? He still works, so he's still earning, and then go and play a bit of the seniors and have a bit more fun and relax a bit, possibly. Brett Claydon, I've seen him win at Riley's Open qualifier. I've seen him there as a Pro Tour a few times. I saw him at the Super Series a few weeks ago. I don't think Brett Claydon has the level of game in him to go and consistently push to be a top 16 or top 32 player. And if I don't think you've got that drive in you or that ability to push on at some point, me as a fan and as somebody who covers a sport would much rather see a Joshua Richardson chucked in there as a former world youth champion, or a Bennett or a James Beaton, players that we haven't seen their best from, that we go, all right, we'll go and put you in that environment and see what you can do.
Yeah. It will be interesting.
He is solid, right? And most people at Q-School are solid. That's why they're at Q-School. It's just I definitely dropped out then.
What's that?
I definitely dropped out mid-sentence then.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Ronnie into another Masters final, by the way.
Not bad considering he hates the place.
Yeah.
Someone asked me about that yesterday. I don't know if you heard. What did I think of his comments? And I said, I can't comment on all of it because I don't go to some of the places in Ali Pali that they're based and things like that. But I can confirm it is freaking freezing.
At this time of year. So the players area, if you're coming through the VIP entrance,
yeah,
it's the first door on the left. Or always used to be. So if you're coming through the VIP entrance,
yeah,
you've got like the cafe on the right, haven't you? The players' lounge is on the left.
That's where our media room is for the darts.
Yeah, that's the players' lounge for snooker.
That's cold then, yeah. He's right.
Yeah. Or it was when I went a few years ago.
Yeah. Hope I Puha was 3-1 down, back level at 3 apiece.
Look, I think some people are misinterpreting comments in the chat room a little bit. If they're good enough to win through Q-School, they do deserve their place. Yeah, they do. But I guess that's an issue with the system and what we've got going on at the minute. You've got players missing out that are arguably better. The likes of Daryl Pilgrim this year has been one of the standout players. Andy Barton's has turned it around a bit today, to be fair. But you've got players who, for a year, have been more consistent and better players, but can't do it in one event. That means they then miss out on being a professional for the next 24 months, at least 12 months.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's look, if you win a card from Q-School, agreed, you do deserve it. But it's the system that's wrong. You've got a year ranking of the Challenge Tour done over a year, not 4 days, effectively. And I just can't believe we don't use that better.
It's worth too much money. They created a monster. It's the same reason we sit here and stream it.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that bit I fully get. But in terms of, as a darts fan, I want the best players on tour. And the current way it is done, the best players don't end up on tour. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
For us at the Super Series, it's fantastic. Because the likelihood is we get all these good players for another year. But they should be on the professional tour, but they're not.
Correct. And again, look, we're in a far better position than some other sports. Snooker have a Q-School system, right? And the names that come through that are the same players that drop off constantly. There's very little fresh talent coming into snooker right now. You've got the likes of Stan Moody and another youngster, right? But they're 14, 15, 16 getting chucked into the pro ranks because there is just not enough coming through that then can go and challenge the established top 32. Michael Holt's been off the tour for the last couple of years. He's finally got his tour card back recently. Can he kick on and be a top 16 player? He's been close a couple of times, but without Asia dominating that Q-School and creating the stars, I'm not sure the UK is doing that right now.
No.
Also, I'm a bit frustrated knowing that the Asian tour started today. Why is that not next weekend? How many players have then made a decision to play in the Asian tour because it's close to home rather than travel and have a crack at this?
Possibly some. How are we doing, Jamie? No, last day is tomorrow. Big Johnny, I am off in a minute because I've got to direct the Super Series tonight. I'm just waiting on Europe to go live in the semi-final so I can make sure the feature game's right for Gob. I've got to go and press some buttons.
So when he misses the winning double tonight, it's not the spotter to blame, it's Phil.
Oh no, spotter didn't tell me the right one to press. I've got the line keyed up already.
The spotter's the best in the world, or one of them, mate. I don't believe that.
No, to be fair, we have got the second best spotter in the world on tonight. I'll still blame him though. Yeah, Jamie, absolutely. It's 5 events is ridiculous. Do you ever sleep? I survive on 5 hours, 6 tops, and then all of a sudden I'll just crash for a couple of days, recharge and go again. Probably not the best lifestyle, I agree. But do you remember when I shocked Jar, when Jar first met me properly, and he was like, he never sleeps?
No. Owen Binks is the spotter of the Super Series.
Yeah, Binksy spot. Charlie spot. I was working with Charlie. Charlie spotted last night. But Owen's incredible. Puha is on a charge here. Right, Gob, I'm going to change the UK game now so it's on board 1 for you.
Okay. Leighton Bennett takes lead on Brett Claydon, trailed in that one. Cromwell and Webster back to 4 apiece. Kieran Bridgewater. Is he actually from Bridgewater?
That would be incredible if that was true, wouldn't it?
An absolute nightmare growing up.
Bridgewater from Bridgewater.
Just says England. 27 years old.
No, to be fair, Jamie, all the software is in my house is the issue, and Gob's doing it remote.
Yeah, so there won't even be a video at the end. I've got to log into a different device and just kill the stream. I'll just be sat like an idiot.
Yeah, pretty much. But there's nothing we can do. It's the only way we can end it. But don't worry, we're all back tomorrow for what is going to be an unbelievable day.
It's from Worcestershire. Just outside Kidderminster.
It's not a million miles from Bridgewater. It's only down the M5.
Lots of miles down the M5. You gotta roll with it. Brackets, Bridgewater.
I've just seen the comments from Ronnie's interview after his win. Did you hear it?
I've seen Twitter where he just said, I don't want to play Ali because he's always fired up to beat me. Or who's the other guy? Oh, Mark's all right. Yeah, sound. Don't care about records. I hold them all anyway.
I know, it's this one. I don't feel that old. I feel young in my mind. These players look old. Their brains are quite slow. They need to get their acts together because I'm going blind. I've got a dodgy arm, bad knees, and they still can't beat me. Oh, that's fucking brilliant from Ronnie.
He's got a point. He's sat there all week telling everyone how terrible he's playing. He's in another Masters final.
Could you imagine if he actually liked snooker? A bit like Gary Anderson, if he actually liked darts.
Yeah, and Wade.
Yeah?
He's got a point, though. Like, snooker is going to be in a rut, right? Because as much as they're relying on the class of 92 to still be around in Ronnie and Mark Williams and whatever else, the next gen, Judd, Mark Allen, Selby, who's the other one? Kieran. Is it Kieran? You get my point. They're not getting any younger.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, I'm with you. Yeah, I am with you.
Kyron Wilson, that's it.
Right, Barton's Sedlak is warming up, as is Sadansky. Hope I put. That's an outstanding semi-final lineup, isn't it, in Europe?
Neil Robertson's 41. As Thomas Cromwell becomes the first UK semi-finalist to beat Darren Webster 6-4.
You're right. Tomorrow is going to be carnage. Hearts are going to be broken tomorrow.
Russell wasn't a fluke world champion, was he? Like, he didn't play his best to go and win that world championship. He got very attacking at key times and got away with it, but it wasn't a fluke. He's the Michael Smith of snooker, isn't he? Like, born to be a world champion. Ronnie's been tipping him up since he was 12.
I thought you were going Sabio Mane then.
You know that's been proven false, don't you? They went off one Twitter. She's actually 26.
Is she? Fair enough. It was just funny that it made the news everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, tomorrow is going to be absolute carnage. Right. Right, there you go. I've got board one on both. You good with that?
Yes.
Cool. Right, everyone, I'm shooting off because I need to go to Portsmouth. We will be back tomorrow to bring you all the carnage as it happens. God, before I go, do you want me to put you to the one placeholder?
Yeah.
Cool. Give me a sec.
Leighton Bennett is currently 5th overall. So if he doesn't win today, yeah, he's already on 6 points. So he's going to stay in the top 10. Claydon and Griffin are the others. Claydon would move up to 5 points. He'd have to then get beat in the final to match Bennett's points total. Griffin 5-3 up. Yeah, but he hasn't had a chance to win it again yet, has he? If you've won it for the first time just gone, you can't call it a fluke until he's had a chance to at least defend it 3 times.
Right, God, I'm going to switch you across now. I will bid farewell and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye.
Quick, now we can talk about it. The draw tomorrow can kill off some people before game even starts. It's brutal how Q-School works. We did have a win for Reese Griffin. The Welshman beats James Beaton 6-3. Sedlak takes the opener against Bartons with a 12-dart leg in Kalkar. Kieran Bridgewater wraps up a 6-3 win over Josh Richardson. Just 75 average in that one. It's getting tense in Milton Keynes. And then there's just one quarterfinal remaining. Leighton Bennett just a leg away against Brett Claydon. Oh, it will happen, Declan. 2 people on 4 or 5 points bridge on against each other. It will happen. It's inevitable. Big 171 from Brett Claydon to leave 16, but Bennett can wrap up the match with a 160 checkout. Oh my God, and he's done it. Leighton Bennett has just taken out 160 to beat Brett Claydon and book his spot in the semi-finals. That moves him on to 7 points, plus 21 leg difference, 57 legs won. And he jumped straight up into the top 3. Wow. Wow. A 171 to leave a single dart finish. And there we have it. Yes, I do love the darts. And I've been saying this very, very early on this year as well, that we were in contention for it. Nobody believed me. Anfield is an absolute fortress right now. We're still in the Europa. We're leading in the League Cup. We're nice draw in the FA Cup. All the players are missing at the right time. Trent's out for 3 weeks. Endo and Salah gone away, etc. Yeah, I think we're very well equipped. City are a decent way back still. Missing key players, got to get them fit. Dragusin is he the centre back? Leighton Bennett is as good as secured his tour card. Nobody dark green in the UK as yet. 8 points would 100% secure that. Everything else they're relying on the draw, but it's very, very likely that Leighton Bennett will earn a tour card. Watch out for KDB. Is he fit yet? Ten Hag is a win away from being your most successful manager of all time win ratio, mate. Pipe down. Puha, Sagansky still warming up. Sedlak leads Bartons 2-1, despite the fact Bartons is averaging 103 right now. We do have two semi-finals in the UK. They will be between Kieran Bridgewater and Leighton Bennett, and Thomas Cromwell against Reece Griffin. Don't tell him that, Stephen. I'm trying to wind up. City is shite. Whew. Two apiece then. Barton's levels up 18-3 for a $15 leg. Joe, you're a very bitter man. Thank you for my alcohol. But yeah, you suck. And you suck for a while now. And it's beautiful to see. My generation of people, millennials, whatever you want to call us, right? If you're in the UK, hate Manchester United because all we ever did was grow up with Manchester United winning trophies, winning games of football, getting away with shit that they did not deserve to. Fergie time, referees, all sorts, mate. Every single year, something went in their favour. And now you suck. And it is beautiful. Beautiful to see. Afternoon, Tom. Are you in Reading next week? I get the pleasure of your company. I'm going to have to phone you to get you out of bed. Yeah, but now I'm going to ruin your child's childhood, Jar, so it's brilliant. There's still time, boys. Don't you worry. Jurgen Klopp's 2.0 squad are here. Also, 2 Champions Leagues. COVID doesn't count her, yeah. You wait till court finally sort them cheating bastards out in the sky blue. 14 dart leg for Sagansky to open a semi-final. Not bad. Puha already secured of his passage back or onto the Pro Tour, shall I say. You worry about yourself, Ricky boy. I've not seen the fact that a Mongolian lad has just won his card at JDC Q-School, but I am aware there is a number of senior players from Mongolia travelling to the World Seniors Darts Championship qualifiers over the next few weeks. Keep an eye out for those. Can't wait to call them out to play each game. Barton's now leads 3-2 up on Sedlak. I'll be honest, love the darts. I know very little about women's football unless it's at international level. And the fact that the first WSL champions were Liverpool. Then you've come to the wrong place, Anonymous. Also, my friend from university was on the GB team as an archer, and then he started playing pool and darts and sacked it off. So, yeah, you know. Jessica says, I fancy the beast. To win, or you're very attracted to the Belgian man? Potentially, Tam. There's certainly a few building there. I said, unless it's at international level, Dan. Steady on. Don't be calling me. Don't be comparing me to him. Oh, I'll let you off and on. I get it now. Still no sign of life in the UK. No, to win. He's not my type. Just checking. You never know. Who'll be the best player most likely to not get a card tomorrow? Well, let's scroll down to the bottom of the list, shall we? Richard North's got to be in that conversation. Former tour card holder. Joe Mernon, former tour card holder. 19 legs on, minus 8 leg difference. Scott Waite, absolute no man's land. Ted Evitts making a hard deal of it. Andy Hamilton, by not playing, is only just below halfway. That's how flawed this system is, by the way. Andy Hamilton, in a field of 128 players in the UK, 64 is halfway. He's 78 by not picking up a dart so far. If he has a big win early and then loses, he can finish in the top 16. Barton's 4-3 up on Sedlak, going full beast mode now. The WDF World Champion. This win would put him onto 5 points plus a fair whack and leg difference. I don't think that's what he's eyeing up right now. It's very unlikely Barnes doesn't go on to win it from here. Puha, however, leading Sagansky 2-1. Both players well over the 100 mark. In that one, Puha 103, Sagansky 100.23. Super Series has debuted enough nations so far, to be fair, Anonymous. I wouldn't surprise me if one of the Mongolian players catches an eye. Am I on tomorrow? Yeah, I'll be here all day tomorrow. I was on the Super Series yesterday and the day before, and then Dan and Liam both said they're available this morning. So I was like, oh, you boys have a go. I've been playing Hogwarts Legacy because I'm cool at the age of 28. I think there's a difference between Andy Hamilton and players withdrawing at later stage in the field. So somebody who's played the first couple of days and withdrawn on the final day, I understand your point about not getting a -6. Hamilton is only there for Sunday, or like he's earned the right to go to one of the 4 days. He's earned the right to be in stage 2 if he so wishes. That's a difference. He's not doing it to affect anyone. He had prior commitments elsewhere. Philippines are smashing darts right now. I don't know which famous former tour card holder's daughter Reese Griffin is engaged to. Ryan only played stage 2 day 1 says MODUS on Monday, right? I'm not sure. Reese Griffin. I did know that, but I can't remember. One away then for Bartons. He wants just 52. Sedlak needs the baby fish to stay alive. We're underway in semi-final number 2 in the UK. Cromwell against Griffin. We're just waiting on Bridgewater and Bennett to get going. And then we have it. Andy Bartons is into today's final. 103.2 average for the Beast. That's strange from Nitin Kumar. Sagansky now leads Puha, by the way. Puha's average just took an absolute tumble. While Sagansky 3-2 up. Reese engaged with Daniel Ashton. Beast mode activated. Now, unfortunately, I can't update the featured game, so we are stuck with what we can see from here on out. We will get both of the finals. Did Andy Bartons get any points yesterday? No, he started today on 0, Stu. Beaten early in day 1 and 2. I've never heard of Patrick Garat. G-Rate? No idea. He's done a fine job so far. Finds himself 3rd on the order of merit. He's one that could go dark green depending on the draw tomorrow or depending on a couple of early losses. He might not have to pick up his dart again. He will go dark green. Bottom end of the order of merit, Andrew, I think we're going to see one player qualify with 5, I think. Nah, maybe not. There's quite a few far back, though. Seven definitely, 6 very likely. I think one player might sneak in with 5. Yes, if you are suspended or banned by the DRA, you are not allowed to attend any event that's DRA sanctioned. That includes Q-School. Quite possibly, yeah. That should be showing Bridgewater Bennett, but Bennett's just taking the opening leg, which means we're not going to be able to see the final either. He had one job. I'm a bit worried. That means EU won't load from here either. Alexis Taylor wins Asian Tour 2 with a 161 checkout. Interesting. Toilo. Was he the one that won stage 1 as well? Has he rocked up and done the double today? It just keeps playing, Carlo. If he wins it outright, then he comes off the order of merit, and the next player then goes green. If not, then he stays dark green. He has the option of playing tomorrow, knowing that he's already safe. And Barton's now up to 7th overall, by the way. Toilo beat Ilaga, Malikdem, Nabreda back-to-back-to-back. I saw that this morning. That's some run, considering that's pretty much everything we know about Asian Tour and the Philippine ranking players. Ilaga, Malikdem, Nabreda. All you're missing is Perez at that point, and that is the big 4. It looks like Toilo might be joining that. Others on the order map, we wanting a Bennett win then. Pretty much, yeah. I'm not... Yeah, here against Bridgewater, and they'll be wanting a Griffin win against Cromwell as well, so that one of those two then is taken off the order of merit and another spot opens up below. Doesn't really matter in the EU, in Europe when all 3 players are within the 16. Why'd you ask, Nablus? You wonder where Jack Main is? Akira had a big winner. Ooh. Bennett now leads Bridgewater 3-0. Sagansky Pua 4 apiece. 101 average plays 91. 10 points difference between those two, but they are locked in at 4 apiece. Best of 3 effectively from there. Cromwell, it was an 83 average to beat Darren Webster in the last. He's averaging just 74 right now, but he is 3-1 up on Reese Griffin. Never, Tam. I'll be honest, it wasn't one that I'd picked up on in the last couple of years, but must have been practicing while the Worlds was on. I don't think the Bahrain players going on the World Series averaged above 60 once. Yeah, but PDC is like a bad hooker right now. You can get anything if you pay for it. Sagansky leads Pua 5-4 now. 1 away for the pole. And he's left 181 after 9 against the darts. Pua back on 260. Needs at least a ton to leave a finish. Only finds 42. And Sagansky has 6 from 181 to break the throw and break Pua's heart of winning outright. He's there though. Leaves 61. Oh, the game did load. Bennett 3-1 up now. At 3-0 up. Bridgewater busts double 10. He must have hit double 15. Puha does leave himself a finish of 160. And Radek Sagansky secures his spot in today's final. Halpar Puha has already secured his tour card mathematically. He cannot be caught on the order of merit. He sits at the top of that on 9 points. Radek Sagansky has just booked his spot into the final. He moves on to 7 points. I will jump over Patrick Giratz into 3rd place on the order of merit and will take on Andy Bartons in today's final. Hi, Daniel. Yeah, tomorrow is the fun one. It's where this all culminates. Joel Heisen, yeah, he made the final today, didn't he? Beat Sandro Sosin 4-1 when Sosin averaged 106. Big win, that one. I'm all right, Daniel. How are you? I did see the Reading game abandoned, and it looks like they're going to keep doing that for a considerable amount of time. Sounds good to me. Cromwell leads Griffin 4-2. Griffin was sat on a finish there to take a 3 apiece. Take a 3 apiece. Yeah, what a week for hopes. He will have to fly back to New Zealand right now to go and apply for his sportsman's visa. Ben Robb told us exactly the same details. So it's likely we might not see him for the first couple of events, but that card is now secure. Puha will then make his way back to the UK, hopefully, to set himself up nicely and have a crack at it. Obviously misses the first few Pro Tour events, but work to be done, and he's clearly got the ability. Interesting point I've just seen on Twitter, looking at the WF ranking list, and it's going to change as things stand on Monday. Ranked 1, 6, 8, 9, and 10, all in Q-School qualifying places, and 2, 4, and 5 have already got their tour cards. That leaves number 3 and number 7 to me. Griffin wants 32 to get back to within 1, and it goes. That was just a hold of Frodo. Cromwell with the darts to restore a 2-leg cushion. He currently leads 4-3. Bennett leads 4-2 over Kieran Bridgewater, and we're waiting on that final to start between Andy Bartons and Radek Sagansky. It's a maximum from Reese Griffin against the darts. Cromwell opened just 60. Bennett opening just 57 as well. There are openings appearing of 43 from Cromwell. Griffin already has stolen the darts. 77 ahead plus these. Okay, so Halpine Pua finishes 9 points plus 25 legs, 82-1. He is top of the order of merit from Jules Van Dongen. Sagansky cannot go above with a win. Neither can Bartons, but they would win their card outright. Who do you think wins EU Q-School? Yeah, good question, chat room. Who wins the final from here, Bartons or Sagansky, the WF World Champion or the Polish ace, who has arguably been one of the standout players on the Pro Tour in the back end of 2023? Just left it a little too late. I'm going Bartons. I think the beast is inevitable when he wants to get on a win. Chance then for Griffin to find that all-important break for him. He wants 58, and it goes in 2. We're back at 4 apiece, and Griffin has the darts in an effective best of 3. Bennett wants 110 for a 3-leg cushion. So that. And it leaves 32. Bridgewater wants tops to get back to within 1. That'll be 4-3. And he goes inside 3 times. Bennett back in the southwest corner. Yeah, I did just have to do the compass in my head. I can't, Pierce, because I stole it from someone else's tweet, and I don't know who's actually in that list. Let's have a look. WDF World Rankings. Andy Barton's Yella Clarkson, Neil Duff. Duff is number 3. Well, sticking around because he's at MODUS Super Series. Halpai Puar, Luke Littler, James Hurrell, Ben Robb, Wesley Placia, Chris Lamman, Danny Lauby. Ben Robb is the only one other than that not currently in the Order of Merit. It could well soon be Neil Duff, Kai Fan Leung, Mark Barilli as a top 3. Darren Johnson is a Ben Robb surge into Q-School and everything else staying the same, away from being the WDF World number 4. Underway in the European final. Bars definitely has not set it up right. Unless it's on a delay. You'd expect 6 darts from here for Leighton Bennett. He leads 5-2. He's left 2-10. Bridgewater on 194. He does leave a finish. That 6 is less likely right now. We have seen him do some spectacular things this week, though. Cromwell has broken straight back. He now leads Griffin 5-4. He's throwing for the match despite averaging just 77 right now. Griffin 80. Bennett, though, not pressured on the 167, and now he's still probably got 6 at it. Bangs in a 99, leaves 68. Expect at least a dart at tops or double 16 from that combination, whichever route he so chooses. Oh my God, Notts County have just scored they now lead 5-4 against Grimsby. What a game that is. Bartons wants tops for the opener in Europe, and it goes in 1, a 13 dart leg to open for the WDF World Champion, Sagansky, to serve. Bennett is into the final. He beats Kieran Bridgewater 6-2. And the star of the Power at the Tower exhibition is into today's final to win his card outright. That does move him top of the Order of Merit regardless, and I suspect he will go dark green on 8 points as well. So he's on a 50-50 from here. He's on a bit of a free roll. It does not matter if he doesn't win this final. Rhys Griffin, however, does matter. He is currently 6th on the Order of Merit. Thomas Cromwell was 16th. A win here would put him at least 9th. In fact, I make it 9th. One, 2-1 from Sagansky to leave 92, but Barton's left 82 after 9, and it's an 11 dart leg for Andy Bartons to go with a 13 to open. That's an average of 12 dart legs, 125 average for Bartons through 2. Thomas Cromwell beats Rhys Griffin 6-4, so we have today's final. It will be Thomas Cromwell against Leighton Bennett. I'll talk you through the European finals. Are waiting for that. I can't get the European game on. It should have been set up to just automatically load that board, but the software is controlled by Phil, who has left his house to go to Portsmouth to stream the MODUS Super Series. So unfortunately, we cannot show the watch along. Use dartsrankings.com or tv.dartconnect to follow along with the scores. Bartons leads 2-0, then Sagansky against the darts, 180, 60 tons, leave 161. Barnes hit back with a 137 to leave 160. Sagansky doesn't take out the 161, fires in 137 of his own to leave double 12. Barton's no good on the 160, and you would suspect Sagansky will get a leg on the board right now. 3 in hand at double 12 to halve the deficit. It goes in 3. There we have it. Sagansky to throw. I've seen that a lot, Jessica, and I'm not sure. Like, oh my God, Grimsby have just scored. Grimsby have just scored a 105th minute, a 95th minute equaliser to level up at 5-5. Lauby's already in the light green. Oh no, he's yellow, but he will go back up. Yeah, correct. Up the refresh. Yanni Keskanakis will also do the same in Europe. Spartans goes ton 80 to leave 41 after 9 against the darts. Brutal scoring. Sagansky finally got a foothold into the match where Andy Barnes was going absolutely berserk. 125 average after 2 legs, only to then go 58, 85 ton. He leaves 200 after 12. Will get a chance to at least halve that and apply some pressure. Barton's missed 2 at double 16. Finds a ton to leave a ton, but Barton's with 3 more in hand in the southwest corridor. Takes it in 1, a 13 dart leg, winning legs so far, a 13, 13 and 11 for Andy Bartons. He's averaging 110. And opens up 136 in leg number 4. Tough ask here for Sagansky, who is as good as there, by the way. They're both pretty nicely placed in the order of merit, reminder. Sagansky leaves 132 after 9 this time. 140, 96, 133 for him. 136, 45, 134 for Barton to leave 186 on his darts. What can he tee up from here? Leaves 86 after 12. Sagansky just a steady 60 from 132, and Bartons has a chance here to put real daylight between the pair. 86 he requires. Should at least get a dart at the bull, and it goes in 2. He's gone 54, 32. Andy Bartons is 4-1 up, averaging 109 in the Q-School final. What a way to go and secure your tour card. The WWF World Champion is not hanging around here. Radek Sagansky is averaging 96, and he's not laying a glove on Barton's. Beast mode is well and truly here. This could be over before we see the start of the UK final. Leighton Bennett against Thomas Cromwell coming up in just a couple of minutes' time. Chat room, let me know who you think will win the UK match between Leighton Bennett and Thomas Cromwell. We've already had plenty of predictions for the European match between Barton and Sagansky. Lots of you back in the beast and looking like you might well be right from here. He leads 4-1. He leads 164 after 9 again. He's left to finish after 9 in virtually every leg so far. Sagansky leaves 1 after 12. 144 for him. Only 20 points better off than Barton's. It is a much nicer finish. Doesn't require the use of the ball if he gets a look in. But how much pressure will he be under if he does? Barton just bangs in a 120. And it's another ton for Sikansky to leave 44. They both want 44, but it is Barton's thrown at it first against the darts for a 5-1 lead. And he's missed. The first sign of a little wobble from Barton's, and he's missed 2 darts for a 15 dart. Like, how can we call that a wobble? Ludicrous. Barton's takes 44 in 2, and he does now get back to within 2, 4-2. Barton's with the darts here. Is it the top 6 tour? Probably contracts to PDC, so anyone can play darts in the Super Series. Anybody with a tour card has a restriction of trade placed on them, and that they cannot play in any streamed darts event. Barton leaves 104 after 12. No finish after 9 this time. But Sikansky back on 220. Needs at least a 140 to apply some pressure here. Only finds 40, and it's 6 from 104 for Barton's to put himself 1 away from the professional ranks of the Professional Darts Corporation, PDC Darts. Barton's 104 then. Leaves 12. Must have missed a dart inside at double 12. Sikansky fires in a ton to leave it. He's rapid, isn't he? And Barton's wants double 6 for a 5-2 lead. It's taking its time. Has it gone inside? Left double 3. No, it goes first dart, and Barton's is a leg away from a tour card. After losing in his first match in day 1 and day 2, one of the overriding favourites to join the PDC this year, Andy Barton's, is now a leg away. Sikansky 137 to open. Barton's just 58 in response. Won't panic too much yet, Barton's. This is against the throw. Knows he'll be coming back for it at least twice more in this match. Sikansky 140. Brilliant response from him with his back to the wall. $137, 140, 85 to leave 139. One of the worst finishes in the game. Just fact. But he has got plenty of time to tee this up. I wouldn't be surprised to see 99 to leave tops. 128 to leave 11. Strange. Ton from Barton to leave 224, but it is Sikansky, plenty of time. Yeah, I think he's already there and on, but it's nice to do it outright, isn't it? Sikansky does take leg number 8, and now Barton's is throwing for the match. 140 to open for the Beast. UK so slow between matches since quarterfinal. I'm not sure if this is part of the PDC coverage. Obviously, they've got Dan Dawson on site in the UK. They don't in Europe. Whether or not it's the players just knowing what they can get away with a little bit. Europe have taken a bit of stick over how slow they've been the last few days. Or if they are recording stuff for the behind-the-scenes documentary, for the player interviews on social media, and for the Dart Show Live. So we will find out in the next few weeks, I guess. Tour 20, Tour 19, come on side on 11s, yeah. Slip from Barton's. He went on 40 ton, then only 41 to leave 220 after 9. Sikansky back on 341, 140 edges him just ahead, but Barton still does have the advantage of throw. Keep him straight, and you're on at least a finish of 160. Bangs in a 180 instead to leave tops. He's coming back for a 13 dart leg to secure his tour card. What a performance this has been from Andy Barton. Still averaging 102. He switched off for a couple of legs. Sikansky makes it to 101 but it is tops for Bartons for a tour card. And he's missed 3. He's left double 10. Sagansky with a 101 can get back to 5-4. He'd have the darts in the next leg and force a decider. But Andy Barton's been so comfortable, so brilliant in this match so far. Sagansky takes out 101 for a 15-dart break of throw, and he is throwing to level us up. Remember, Sagansky is as good as there right now. He is on 7 points, a plus 36 leg difference. There's a good chance he goes dark green before he even picks up his darts tomorrow. If not, he's 1 win away guaranteed. Andy Barton's is slightly further back, 5 points, plus 22 legs. He's been absolutely brilliant. Up until this moment today. Sagansky 140 ton. Barton's has only opened up for 55. We're heading to a decider. Who saw this one come in? 140 in response from Barton's. Leaves 306. Will have to use the 19s if he's to leave a finish. Or should leave the 19s, should I say. 140 from Radek once again to leave 121 after 9. And Barton's fires in 100, which means he hasn't used the 19s at all, which means he's given up on this leg. Or he just can't count. 89 from Sagansky to leave 32, and he's coming back for a 13-dart leg of his own. Remember, Barton just had darts for a 13 or 5-visit leg to wrap up the match. He had 3 in hand at tops. Match darts to secure his tour card. He's fallen apart a bit here. Ton and then just 15 scored from Barton's. Sagansky wants double 16, and Barton will have to hold his throw to secure his tour card. Sagansky goes into 5 apiece, and we do have a noble leg for a tour card. Elsewhere, Leighton Bennett and Thomas Cromwell is now underway. Bennett with the advantage of throw and finds 2 trouble visit to open, 135, backed up with a ton. Cromwell just a 60. Barton's, this is trouble. Just 54 to open. Sagansky responds with a 93. It's just a turn of visit, and there is the maximum. Why have we ever doubted Andy Barton's? He bangs in a 180 at the perfect time. Still under pressure though, a 140 from Sagansky, and he still does lead this match. Just a 58 in response. A little bit of breathing room now, about 100 ahead Barton's, plus these. And he finds a 140 to leave 127 in game after 9 darts. Sagansky only a maximum can leave a finish. He's on 350. 140 to leave 210, so it's at least 6 darts from 127 for Barton's to finally get the job done. Has already missed match darts for a tour card, allowed the Polish number 3 back into the game at this point. Ooh, he's missed double 8 for it. 111 scored for Barton's, returning for double 8. I can't put the scores up because Phil's disappeared and he is using the streaming software. He was meant to set them up so they automatically loaded and they have not. But Barton's wants double 8 for a tour card. And he's no scored. 4. I think he's missed 7 match darts now. And Sagansky wants 114. 58 leaves 56. Last chance, Andy Barton's. You will not get another, I assure you. Not the way Sagansky's responded in the last few legs. Barton's for a tour card goes in 1 dart. The beast, the WWF World Champion, is heading to the Professional Darts Corporation. Andy Barton's is your winner in the EU Q-School today. Beats Radek Sagansky in a last leg decider. And there we have it. He will join Martin Dracht and Jelle Klassen as tour card holders from the EU Q-School so far. Let's not forget Halpai Puha and Jules Van Dongen, who are mathematically assured of a tour card from Kalkar as well. Elsewhere, Leighton Bennett has made an absolute hash of the first leg, in which he led pretty comfortably. Thomas Cromwell has just taken the opener to lead 1-0. Every time I've looked at the scores and averages so far, Thomas Cromwell has done nothing special for the last couple of games, but he has been battling away. He finds himself in this final, and once again, he now leads 1-0. Remember, first to 6 once more. Good outcome for both. Yeah, look, Sagansky pretty much secured That takes Barton's off the order of merit. Yanni Keskanakis is now in that 13th place on the order of merit. Christian Kiss, the player that sits outside. If everything stays the same tomorrow and the winner comes from those top players, then Kiss will be the player to sneak in. Liam Maynor Lawrence, perilously close to that top 13 in Europe as well. Rusty Jake Rodriguez, Paul Kroner, Dominic Grulich, Stefan Schroeder, Stefan Hendrick, Patrick Tringler, Gilbert van der Meiden, Tim Walters, Thomas Hudek, Arno Merck, Thibaut Tricol, John Michael are the next few players just outside. Radek Sagansky, if he does not play tomorrow, has secured his tour card. If not, then he runs a risk of a -6 leg difference. And that would put him at risk, I presume. Bennett wants Shanghai to stay alive. This will be for a 15 dart break straight back. Cromwell sat on 67. Bennett scores 80, so has he missed a dart at tops there, perhaps? Or has he missed both of them and hit tops last dart to leave tops? Anyway, Cromwell 67 for a 2-0 lead. There's 51 inside to leave double 2. Bennett tops to respond. Taking a while. Goes in 3. Leighton Bennett back on the board. 1 apiece. 76 average place. 79. The advantage of throw back with the man from Lincolnshire. Man, 18-year-old boy. $140, 60 from Bennett, 60, 45 from Cromwell. Not quite as fast paced this one as the final in Europe. Sagansky, Bartons both love to get on with it. Bennett seems to have slowed down a little bit, judging by how quickly the numbers are coming in. Maybe it is just Cromwell's day, Jeff, as he bangs in a 180 to get back to pretty much level in this leg. Leighton scores 40 to leave 168. Only a 60 from Cromwell. Does leave a finish on 156. Not quite the punishment he would have hoped for when he saw Bennett leave a bogey, though. Tom from Bennett. He's missed starts, leaves 12. Cromwell 92 to steal. Where's Phil? He's currently driving to Portsmouth. He is directing at the MODUS Super Series this evening. And Bennett leads 2-1. Sorry, my throat's gone a bit. We raced through that European game. Cromwell with the darts, 56-ton opening scores for him, backed up by a 59 to just one treble in 3 visits, and he is in trouble a little. 99-134 from Bennett on 268. Expect him to use the 19s here. Players get a little more creative. I think he did because he's only scored 41, 2 singles and a 3. Oh. Turn from Cromwell to leave 186. Bennett hits back with 140 of his own to leave 87. Should get darts at it. Cromwell not on a finish. To a piece. And 40 to open against the darts this time. Bennett 96-ton. He's been drawn into a scrap here, like the level we've seen from Bennett today and throughout this week. $81 from Bennett to leave 224. Sorry, Jamie. Cromwell 140 to leave 164. First to a finish against the darts. Sometimes your name's on pot, lad. Is Tom Cromwell's name on the 3rd automatic tour card of the UK Q-School in 2024. 140 from Bennett to leave 84. Should be coming back. To be for a 12 darter for Cromwell. 136 to leave 28. Went the 19s route, hit 1, single on the other, bangs in the treble 20 to leave double 14, and Leighton Bennett has a chance to regain the lead, which he fails to do. 42, leaves 42. Wonder if he's missed a dart at the bullseye there, but 28 goes in 2 for Thomas Cromwell, and he now leads 3-2. He's halfway to a tour card. Leighton Bennett, the outright leader. I suspect a message similar to that of Radek Sagansky's will appear at the top of darts rankings at the end of this match. Leighton Bennett will have a tour card by the end of this week, given that he's currently on 8 points, the only player to do so, and has a plus 25 leg difference. At worst, that could now drop to a plus 21 leg difference, but we're seeing a couple more legs from him here at least as well. I expect Bennett to get a tour card regardless of the outcome of this final. Thomas Cromwell now up to 9th in the order of merit with his run today. Started on 0 points, much like Andy Barton's did. What an outright run this would be. Cromwell leads 3-2. His darts here in leg number 6. He's gone 33, 96, 140. Bennett 180, 140 against the darts. Should tee up a nice little 2-darter from here. Leaves 81 after 9, and Bennett coming back to restore parity at 3 apiece. Reminder, Leighton Bennett did win the bullseye. This will be a break back. It's currently 3-2 to Thomas Cromwell, who has left 152 after 12 darts. I know nothing about Patrick, Sam. Bennett, 49 scored, leaves 32. So Thomas Cromwell back for 152, doesn't go. Just 58 scored from him, 94 remaining. Bennett wants double 16 to level up at 3 apiece. And it goes into a 14 dart leg, and Leighton Bennett is back level at 3 each with Thomas Cromwell. Does Fallon now need to win a card outright? Let's have a quick look. Uh, 55th in the order merit, 1 point and a -2 leg difference. Only 5 points for getting there. We'll put her on to 6. I think she has to at least make the final. Yeah, Radek has his card if he doesn't play tomorrow. I swear, Bennett leaves 86 after 9. He's really kicked on with the scoring phase of his game now. 95, 180, 140. Leaves 32 once again. He's missing the dart at the end of these combinations, unless he's not had it, unless that's 3 single 18 scored. Cromwell 140 to leave 80 after 12 as well. But Bennett with 3 in hand in the 16s corridor once again. And it goes into 14 dart leg for Leighton Bennett. Leads 4-3. Thomas Cromwell 96 to open with the darts. Imagine how on earth we would have done this years ago without darts rankings. Basic but brilliant tool it is. 96, 198 from Cromwell, leaves 207 after 9 on his darts. He trails 4-3 in the match. Leighton Bennett's gone 54, 93, 44 in response. So daylight between the two in this leg. You'd expect a nice comfortable hold from Cromwell for here. Ton leaves 107. Should at least get 3 at it, depending on Bennett's next visit. Finds a 140 to leave the big fish, so only 3 darts guaranteed at this 107 for Cromwell. You'd expect 6, but we know the 170 is not beyond the capabilities of Bennett. Cromwell leaves double 5. Is that a mistake? No one likes 5s. No one. I refuse to believe if you say you like 5s. And Bennett wants the big fish. Can he reel it in? No, not even close. 48 scored, leaves 1-2-2. Which I've aptly named the Nick Fulwell this week. 6 from Cromwell. Told you no one likes 5s. He leaves 4. And Bennett wants 1-2-2. For Sir Nicholas. And it goes in 3. That's the bit of quality we've been waiting for from Leighton Bennett. And surely now the young superstar is on his way to pick up his tour card and join his JDC England teammate Luke Littler as a PDC professional. Leighton Bennett leads 5-3 over Thomas Cromwell and is now throwing for a tour card. He is the outright leader on the order of merit anyway. Chance are if he'd lost this game, he would have been going dark green, similar to Puha and Van Dongen in Europe, and maybe even a note at the top, similar to Radek Sigansky, who has won his card should he not participate in EU Q-School tomorrow. However, Bennett, with the darts to secure his tour card, fires in a maximum 2-star, 83 in response from Cromwell, backed up with a 95 from Bennett, 226 after 6. $83.96 response from Cromwell. Just 47 from Bennett. Does not leave a finish. And there's a 97 from Cromwell. He's not found a 2-treble visit all of this leg. He would have been hoping for at least 1, if not 2. But that last visit from Bennett is a bit of an opening depending on what he does here. 81 to leave 98. Nobody likes double 19 as much as nobody likes double 5, unless your name's Simon Whitlock, the crazy Australian man that he is. 95 from Cromwell. Again, no straight visit, no two treble visit from him. Leaves the baby fish if he gets a look at. But Leighton Bennett has match darts for a tour card. 98. I've not frozen. It's just taken a while. 98 for Bennett for a tour card. Is he settling himself? It goes in 3 darts. Leighton Bennett is a 2024 PDC Tour card holder. The youngster beats Thomas Cromwell 6-3 in a final, which took a little bit of a time to get going. But Bennett is the 3rd player from Milton Keynes to secure his passage onto the Pro Tour next year. He joined Steve Lennon and Robert Grundy as the outright winners from Milton Keynes. Let's not forget Martin Dracht, Jelle Klassen, Andy Bartons, who have picked up their cards outright in Kalkar. Shout out also to Halpai Puha and Jules van Dongen. They've secured their spots via the Order of Merit, and Radek Sigansky will join them if he does not pick up his darts tomorrow. What a strange and perplexing system we seem to operate here in the sport of darts. A huge, huge thank you to all of you for joining us throughout the day, for Phil, for Liam, and for Dan, for smashing it throughout all of today. We'll be back tomorrow, same time. We might even jump on a little bit earlier, knowing that the draw may change some of these players. I will have a word with Mr. Bars. We'll be here all day for the final day of Q-School, the most hectic day on the entire darts calendar, and one I cannot wait for. I hope to see you all then. If you've not done so already, please do drop us a like on this stream and make sure you have subscribed to the channel so you get notified when we go live tomorrow. The MODUS Super Series gets underway this evening from 7:30 p.m. I should know that. A referee there over on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and picks up live at 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV. If you fancy some more live darts, make sure you head over there. Some fantastic World Seniors darts players involved in that one. Neil Duff, Andy Hamilton, Martin Adams, Colin McGarry, John Worsley, one other. I can't remember who else qualified. My apologies to whoever it is. But a big thank you to all of you in the chat room for joining us throughout today. We've been Online Darts. No fancy ending to the stream, unfortunately, because Phil has all the software. So it is just going to cut out. But we do appreciate you joining us, and we'll speak to you all very, very soon.